Welcome to the show where the truth comes alive. St. James is here, so let's take a deep dive. Real talk, real vibes, it's the carnal church groove. Prelate in the house, watch the spirit move. The St. James Show, oh, here we go. Serving wisdom with the carnal flow. From the pulpit to the streets, we're keeping it real. Faith and life collide, that's the deal. Breaking down the walls, it's the church unfiltered. St. James preaching love, keeping hearts uplifted. Laugh, learn, grow, it's the vibe you'll respect. The carnal church sector, where we all connect. The St. James Show, the prelates here. Bold, uncut, bringing truth that's clear. Hit subscribe, take a seat, come through. It's the St. James Show, made just for you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the St. James Show. I'm your host, St. James. Listen. Good evening, everyone. I bring you greetings from the beautiful Midwest of St. Louis, Missouri. What a time I just had with Mrs. Anita Wilson. Boy, did we have a time. It was well worth it, Nicole. Yes, it was well worth it, Nicole. Nicole saw Anita yesterday in Wednesday in Philadelphia, and she was here in St. Louis tonight. What a wonderful evening we had. Will you do me a great big favor, everybody? As I always say, please, I appreciate you watching. I appreciate you participating and joining here at the St. James Show. But please, if you're not a subscriber, hit that subscribe button for me, and also hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the share and become a member. The link is in the description. I can never get that. The link is in the description of this video, and throughout the night, our mods will go ahead and put the link into the chat as well. I appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out with me tonight. Who's up in here? Who's up? What's up, K Rich? Watching the previous reviews. Well, I know. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your replay? Put it on pause and see it later. What's up, Comet? Good to see you. What you got over there, Comet? Trenches. What is that? Trenches. Is that your music or something? Tracy Williams is in the house. Simone Style is in the building. The big Judge O'Neill. I was guilty of all charges. That was the O'Neill twins. Welcome. Yes, hit that subscribe button and like. What's up, Tashi? What is going on? Jay Boogie is in the building. Just in time to while I do laundry. Yes. Where you going? Where are you scooting along to? There is the membership link right there. We want to see some memberships in tonight. All right. Hit that subscribe button, like button, and join our membership. Yeah, don't you love that song? What's up, Major Boys? Good to see you as well. Deanna member is in the house. Tasha member, Major Boys member. I am Courtney Phillips is a member over here. We thank you. All right. You was watching the replay too. All right. Yeah, I've been on. That means I've been on too much. I don't like when I've been on too much. I'm gonna take a breather. If y'all was barely watching that, yeah. Is it Deanna's birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Deanna. Happy birthday. Oh, a birthday. Happy birthday to you. Oh, yeah. All right, happy birthday. Good to see you. What's up, Sean? What's up, Sean? Sean is in the building on tonight. No, breathers. We got to take a breather. We have to take a breather. Listen, we were on earlier. We were on really early. It was really early, especially for the West Coast, because I was over here in the central time zone over here. So I was up a little earlier, and we talked about the documents that were presented on behalf of Tyrone, on behalf of Dwayne Youngblood, through Tyrone Blackburn. We talked about that. What's up, Ray? What's up? What's up? But you know, I felt rushed because I had to go out and do some things today and get ready for this evening. And so we can chit chat about it. I've seen the comments in the did you back to the channel from St. Louis. You say how many new subscribers? I saw a lot of my supporters in St. Louis at the Anita Wilson concert. I really had a great time. Anita, you know, she thanked me for coming on stage, and that was beautiful. But I mean, as soon as I walked in the door, they were like, St. James. Like, I'm just glad that people actually listened to the program and actually went out because of me. One reason was because of me promoting it and asking them to go to the concert. Of course, Anita Wilson don't need much promotion, but it's always good to give people that extra push to get them out to concerts and things like that. So listen, I appreciate the pictures I took with people and the conversations I had with folks. I really appreciate that. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you as well. Aaron D is in the building. The girls. Why? What's up, Recash? Good to see you. So I had a wonderful time. It was well worth it. Well worth everything that I spent. I tell you, it was well worth it. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I think Marcellus is going to come up, and I don't know if Regina, you still up. I don't know if Regina is still up, or yeah. So I'm going to post this for right now. It's for Marcellus, okay, if he wants to come up. What's up, Lady Chaplain? Good to see you as well. I'm going to heard that perfect. What did he hear? In my Uncle Tim voice, Uncle Tim was on a roll today, as usual. You know, he wasn't too fond of the information that we received today. You know, hit that like button, everybody. So, okay, so what else? Before we get into that again, hit that like button, everybody. We do not have enough likes for the people who are hanging out with us tonight. Hit that like button. And if Marcellus come in, it is pinned. The link is pinned in the chat. Booting and scooting. Where are you booting and scooting to? Where are you going, Jay Boogie? So I had an opportunity to listen. I haven't watched him in a few weeks. I like when he turns up. Oh, he was turning up today. And we was edging him on. We was talking about Jay Wilson a little bit in the chat. So we was getting him going, talking about Jay Wilson. You know, he can't handle talking about Jay Wilson. Y'all remember that I'm on this internet. So it may get a little choppy tonight. What's up, Vod? Good to see you. I seen Marcellus going in on it. I seen him over there preaching. I saw some of that. I don't know. I think Vincent was going to go live, and I didn't see that. I was kind of listening to Jives. I don't know if he's talked about that portion on it. He was wearing Larry out, and I think he wore Vincent out a little bit. He was wearing Brian Karn out and some other stuff. So I don't know if he talked about. He may have talked about Jakes and Dwayne. I don't know. William McCray, so come on there and type the chat because I like this. Well, I don't really do anything with William much anymore. We don't have that type of relationship. So if you want to listen to William, you will definitely have to go over to his page, or you can go to some of the older videos over here with me and William. Okay. All right. All right. I had a charcuterie board over there at City Winery, and I don't know why I didn't just eat. But you know what I did have today? I went with one of my ladies who used to be the chapter leader for music and arts here in St. Louis. She was the St. Louis chapter leader in this area up here, Cheryl. And we went to a place called Grace Meat and 3. Grace Meat and 3. It's a really weird name, but it was really good. It was really decent. It was actually in the old Sweetie Pies building, a restaurant. So the main big restaurant where they used to film in St. Louis, Sweetie Pies, this Grace Meat in 3, I don't know where they got the name from, is in this spot. And it has like, it's close to soul food a little bit, you know, the chicken, and they got some barbecue and stuff going on. Fried green tomatoes, even though I've had better fried green tomatoes, they were a little, really bitter, really bitter. It was really weird. I'm going to rent the van anymore. I never rented that van for him. You ain't never got my money. See if I'm in. Yes, I did see Larry's video. Well, I can't say because I was in the middle of eating and I didn't get a chance to really see it all. I got the cliff notes of it. I didn't see it all. From what I did see, and well, I was going, then I came back and fast forward and was listening to it. And, you know, I saw that they were talking about the 6 million, you know, the demand letter. And my issue is you're talking about it now saying it's the regular thing and blah, 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 which, okay. But in the paperwork that we reviewed, it just didn't really go in regards to the demand letter. Of course, it did ring around the rosy, more salacious information that didn't have anything to do with anything. It was just very, I don't know, and Courtney, if you want to come up also, if you have any words in regards to that, if you watched it, if you watched Larry, I would like to get your feedback on that too. You found a good breakdown, even rather to fully read the reply. Brenda was a mess today. Well, I tell you, Brenda's, I think there's another location they have it called Brenda's Meat. Oh, Brenda's Meat in 3. I wonder what that means. I don't know. Because this is Grace's Meat in 3. And they said that they do have a couple of other restaurants. So that's interesting. Jack Lizo. I'm going to go there when I go to San Francisco and see if it's about the same thing. You said you could have waited until you left the state to shade that. I know. I'm sorry, Ray, but it just wasn't good. And we can't get any fried green tomatoes in my city in California because they're talking about there's some kind of shortage. I'm like, y'all got them here. Why we ain't got them? What's the problem? What's the issue here? Yeah, so it is what it is. Was out here and yeah, I've seen he was out there. What's up, Darla? Good to see you. Had limited menu options though. These folks had chicken, fish. The fish was really good. And I'm becoming a fish eater because I really not really was into fish. I can do the fried. I can do the fried more, but not really doing the fried. I don't really like the baked chicken. I mean baked fish, and I don't want that. Got to have some batter on it, you know. But it was really good. I don't think they did ribs until after 4. We were there early. What else did they have? The shrimp was really good, really battered really well. So it was a really good spot. That was Grace's Meat in 3. So that's interesting that you say Brenda's Meat and Three in San Francisco. I'm gonna have to try that. That limited me. Okay, I had some catfish today. It was delicious. Yeah, I think that was cat I had. I'm not sure. I don't know if I had cat or what. I have no idea. Have you heard from Lester? Well, I haven't. I haven't really delved into that. Well, there's a few things I can talk about with that, but we'll get to it. What's up, Courtney?
I'm so glad you came on this evening. My nerves is vexed. Okay.
You can't listen to no more of it, huh? You can't do it.
Oh, I don't know how much more I can take.
Mm, mm,
St.
mm,
James, I need to know this. Is
mm-hmm.
something wrong with me because I'm just not getting it? I'm not getting how everybody else is just like, he's just telling his story. That's it.
Right,
And
right.
I feel like
They're
I'm,
skipping over a lot of things here. Yeah, yeah.
yes. So when
Hmm.
I saw that interview and the surprise visit with Blackburn, I'm like,
Yeah, I eat cat. No, I'm just playing. I'm sorry. Shut up, K. Rich. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, was it a surprise?
they tried to make it look that way, but it was not giving surprise.
Was it a surprise that Lovie called?
I missed that part, honey, because I checked right on out.
Yeah,
I
at
said
the
I'm out
towards
of
the
here.
end, Lovie had a prophecy for everybody. He just popped on. Well, he called Larry on FaceTime, and then Larry put him on.
What St. James, just answer this. Like, okay, why are we seeing things differently and everybody else, it seems like they're in a whole other world with this thing?
You know what? It's the spin. It is the
Hmm.
spin doctors at best. And they are going to try to go on as much as they can live. They're going to go, to really pound that in the heads of people that what we're looking at is not what we're looking at. And I was in the chat when I was driving over to the restaurant, well, in the Uber,
Hmm.
where the I was in. I seen Larry was telling people to put in Dwayne is cleared or Dwayne's clearing. Like that was that response pretty much cleared Dwayne. Where?
Uh, that's why I'm like, maybe I'm missing something. I'm like, maybe I'm missing it. Maybe I am, you know, seeing things differently because this is Bishop Jakes. But
Right, right,
no,
right. Because we are looking back, but trying to make sure: are we really being biased? Or are we just looking at things how they're being presented to us? And what glasses do y'all have on?
right.
You know.
I'm like, I don't think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this would even be a thing if there wasn't a demand letter. Am I
Right.
right? Am I wrong?
I don't think it would be, because the thing about it, they were going to continue to do the parts. Okay, that
That's
was
right.
said before the demand letter was sent. So after that was said. So make sure that was out in the public, out so
Hmm.
Bishop Jakes can hear that. That
Hmm.
we're going to continue to make part 2, 3, or whatever parts we need to make in order to
Hmm.
get this story out. But the thing about it, the story didn't become 2, 3, and 4. The story was 2, 3, and 4, not about Watkins, not about Wilson. It was
Right.
about Jakes.
Yes.
So and even in this response today, he's talking about Watkins and all the other people. He's bringing them up. But why didn't you sue them? Because you're talking about actual acts that happened between you and them, allegedly. But we're still not clear on how Jakes's acts trump all of those
Right.
other acts,
Right.
and you decide to send a $6 million demand letter to Jake's, or you're going to continue telling your story.
Here's the thing. Blackburn in the response you read today as well as he reiterated on Larry's platform,
Mm-hmm.
he was downplaying the fact, he was saying that had Bishop Jakes not said anything, that Larry's platform didn't have that much of a reach, is what he pretty much was saying. So he was saying that this thing blew up because Bishop Jakes said something,
Oh, you're,
which
you
is a lie.
that is not the truth.
Bishop Jakes had to say something because it blew up because it was on Larry's platform.
And there was a $6 million grab.
Yes.
See, they're missing that point. You want to talk about Larry? No, Larry even says he has the biggest platform. So don't downplay it today.
Oh, today. Oh, you know it was some backpedaling and pee popping going
Don't
on. You
downplay
already
it
know that.
today. No, 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 no. Continue to say you have a huge platform and a huge following. Just like on Conscious the other day, he said he's touched millions since he got,
Hmm.
released from the BT Kingdom of business. He's connected with millions since then. So don't downplay that. So don't Blackburn. Don't tell us that no, it would have stayed small and on his platform. No, he got on the platform because he wanted it to blow up so they can
Right.
put it out there so they knew they were going to be asking for money pretty soon.
And why are they not talking about the fact that Larry and Youngblood were in communication about this while Youngblood was still in jail?
Exactly. Did they talk about anything that was said while he was still in jail?
No.
Why not?
All all Larry keeps saying is he had a story to tell. I just let the man tell his story. He just used my platform to tell his story because Larry as well as Blackburn are trying to um not be co-conspirators.
That's exactly what's going on. And see, they're trying to put the googly eyes and the delusional glasses, as Tyrone Franklin says, over us.
Right.
They both are trying to disassociate themselves from this lawsuit that may implement them as co-conspirators.
Right.
That's why I find it hard to believe that he just happened to be calling.
Right.
He had the StreamYard link. Wasn't he didn't put the did Larry put the StreamYard link in the chat? I didn't see it. If he did that, I didn't hear him put it in there.
Yeah, I'm unsure about that,
I'm
but
unsure about that as well. But
it,
he was
it's
on
not
StreamYard.
giving it's not giving, oh, let me just so happen to call. No. It was given, it was planned. But I'm like, there I ooh, I don't know.
And that has been said, of course, she did that. He said, he's heard. Remember, Larry used to say he heard from the camp and they were trying to offer money. And remember,
Yes.
one time, I think he said 500,000. It was a number he put out there, and he
Hmm.
like he just like disregarded it. But no, we heard it though. You said
Yes.
somebody in Jake's camp tried to give you money. See, this thing about money, that's why people are trying to forget about the $6 million, Courtney.
Right.
It was
Hmm.
500. That's what I thought I heard. Yeah. Hmm.
Yes.
So he pops on there. He's talking sweet. Lily buys. He's this sweet, honest person. Just like Larry reiterated it today, that young blood was honest and transparent. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Whatever.
Remember, he's an honest man.
It's on the link. It's pinned, Marcellus. He's an honest man. Oh.
I
So
yeah.
no, for those of you who think that, there's a sector of, there's a sector of the social media where we're the ones really giving, he dropped out, really giving young blood a bad shake. We're not giving him an opportunity to tell his story. These folks are trying to wrap young blood into regular SA victims. And
Right.
this is what they're trying to say, that we don't have any compassion, and they're trying to loop this guy into, he's just a victim, and we need to allow him to tell his story and not judge him. In my mind, Youngblood, I don't give a flying flip about him after he's been convicted, and then tried to get on there of how the abuser comes the abuser. But y'all wasn't into that. Y'all was into Jake's.
And that's the part I believe, and I'll step down so
No,
Marcellus
you
can have it.
can hang down.
Oh no, Courtney, I'm gonna need you because I got a question.
Listen, because I love to hear you, brother Marcellus. So, but let me say this: Larry knew that's the part. The Jake's piece of his story was the part that was going to really bring this thing home.
Nobody cared about anything else. He knew
They
that.
didn't care about Watkins. They didn't
No.
care about Quander.
The
They
dead
didn't care
Wilson.
about
Yeah.
his
No.
daddy. They didn't care about anybody else
Mm-mm.
but Jakes. And that's why Larry clipped the part of his story about Jakes. And that's the part that went viral. But no, we're supposed to act like we're dumb. He just telling his story. What's the problem?
And what we're supposed to sit back and act like we don't see what Jake's side is seeing. We see a potential, a possible conspiracy and extortion plot. We can see it, right?
Right.
It's a possibility, but they don't want us to even think it's a possibility. Like, this is totally out of left field. How the man just wanted to tell a story. I'm sorry. I'm not calling you an extortionist. I'm not calling you saying that you all were in a conspiracy to get $6 million and split it up. But what I am saying is I can see what Jake's side is seeing in this.
Right.
I just have to ask the question, and not to just break up what you all are saying here. But Courtney and St. James, y'all help me, because I left my show today feeling like, am I really missing something?
That's what Courtney came up and said. Go ahead.
What am I missing here? I'm really having a tough time trying to figure out, okay, well, and I took a step back and I said, well, maybe Marcellus, you're not seeing it from an objective place or something, or you're just not seeing something. So I said, well, what am I missing? Because I have to be missing something to not understand how people can't see through this. Like, and I'm really honestly asking, am I missing something? Like, is there something we just can't see? What is it? I don't
Someone
get
put
it.
in the chat. I asked what they want us to put on our delusional glasses and see it the way that they're seeing it.
It's a shame. It's a crying shame. Just like, and I'm going to briefly bring this up and we'll get back on topic, but just like Larry is glossing over the old text message that Tasha K just put back out.
Right.
I don't, that's that old preacher. I don't know what to call it. Marcellus, maybe you can help me, where the preacher tries to like divert everyone's attention to something else,
Yes, it's
or
a sleight of hand. It most certainly is.
I'm like, we see what we see, and you're not gonna call us stupid or dumb for seeing what we see. But at the end of the day, they're saying that Jakes should have just been quiet and shouldn't have said anything. No, you're not gonna put SA and pedo on my name.
No,
That
right.
I have worked hard for years
Right.
on
And
my
see, that's what
legacy
they
to
want us
build.
to not even think about. It's about what you're trying to put on his name. And bringing out articles after everybody talking about Diddy and stuff, how is that going to support?
Okay. Now let's go here for a minute, St. James, because I'm glad you brought that up.
Yes.
Because when I'm reading through this, and I had told all the followers and everybody, I said I knew that when they finally did respond, it would be story time.
Yes, you said it.
So here we go with the story. And if you listen to it, they were very slick in how they worded what they worded, and they tried to tie TD Jakes to Eddie Long. They tried to tie
Yep.
TD Jakes to P Diddy. Now let's all keep this in mind, and we need to really stay focused. Those are all allegations.
All of them.
There is no proof that he was at no P Diddy party.
It
I don't
wasn't.
care. I don't care that some guy says that he saw TD Jakes. Nobody is on the record. Nobody is in court. Nobody has signed anything that says that they have seen this. So all of this is just innuendo. It is lies. It is hearsay. It is conjecture. None of those things are to be looked at as valid truths. But in the court of public opinion, which is why they wrote this the way they wrote
it was investigative reporting. But go ahead.
How is it investigative reporting when you listen? You know you're in trouble when you got to mention TikTok. Well, we saw it on TikTok.
Trouble when you talking about in court talking about TikTok. It was on TikTok. Oh my goodness.
Oh Lord. I'm sorry. Y'all know I'm goofy. Listen here.
That was crazy to me, and have the nerve to present that stuff with some scriptures. Young, but let me tell you something. Yes, you are doing this pro bono for him. Yes, you are.
Right.
But you're doing it pro bono. What reason? Why is he doing it pro bono, Courtney?
Why is he doing it pro bono?
He's doing it pro bono because he knows he has the potential of being implicated as one of the co-conspirators.
Boom.
And he's trying to make sure that this is dismissed and it goes away. So any co-conspirator things coming his way will be gone. Of course, you have to do it. You're not doing it because you love Youngblood so much. You don't care about that pedophile. You don't care about that man, Youngblood. You don't care about his story. And then he brings up, I did hear what Blackburn brought up. And let me tell you, they hook, line, and sinker. Wasn't he over there? Hook, line, and sinker. He was trying to sell that story over there.
I mean.
Listen, when I was suicidal.
Oh, don't get me started on that. Go ahead.
He said, when I was suicidal, I would listen to Eddie Long. No. I would listen to Mike.
Bishop Jakes.
Wait, what? First he say he would listen to. He said he would listen to Mike Todd and he would listen to TD Jakes. But after Mike Todd did the spitting on his hand and put it on his brother's face, he lost all respect for him. And then after all this stuff started coming out about Bishop Jakes and him being at the Diddy party, he lost all respect for him. So this is why you're doing this, because you lost respect for him?
Wait a minute. It took the Diddy party to lose respect? Yeah. Well, why didn't it take the potential essay that you claimed that you experienced to make you lose all respect for him? So wait a minute. Now, this is where I start to have to use my analytical skills here for just a moment. I'm sorry. So you and see, this is the other piece of this that really gets under my skin, sir. This is how I know you full of crap. You stayed in the Hugga Gugga church. You got ordained in the Hugga Gugga church. You matriculated up through the upper echelon of the Hugga Gugga church. You committed all of your sexual offenses in the Hugga Gugga church.
But wait a minute, I was talking about the Mike Todd, and that was Youngblood's testimony.
But I know, this is what I'm saying. But Youngblood was in the Hugga Gugga church going through all of this whole entire process, St. James. And you mean to tell me you didn't get to lose your respect until you saw somebody spit on somebody's eyes and then a P. Diddy party? Really? I mean, come on now. Now, maybe you could tell that to some slow people who wear very colorful wigs, but you can't tell me that. I'm just saying. You can't tell me that.
Yeah, so it's the spin doctor that is going on, and then even going back into the Tasha K thing, and he has Phaedra, Phaedra's calling him, and all these lawyers are calling him, wanting to go against Tasha K. I don't know why anybody would want to go against Tasha K, because Tasha K already owes millions. When do you think you're going to get your money? But these so-called attorneys are calling you.
Wait a minute, stop. I got questions. So wait a minute, St. James. Who's calling him?
Phaedra called him while he was on the line.
Oh, you called Larry?
Called Larry. She
Okay.
said, I don't like what I see. I
Okay,
don't like what's going on.
Now wait a minute.
Yeah, see, today was an interesting day. Okay,
No, today was Masterpiece Theater. They knew exactly what it was.
I thought I just seen Anita perform. Oh, Anita, you didn't have nothing on these people today, baby.
Wait a minute. I heard Lovie called in and gave a prophecy.
Lovie called in at the end and gave a prophet. Let me tell you, it was all. This was, and you
listen here. Okay, now St. James. Now hold on, because I got to get myself together.
It was full today.
So Phaedra called in. And Larry, let me ask the question. So you still entertaining Phaedra after you talked about Phaedra like a dirty dog and said that Phaedra stole all the money from the E. Dewey Smith case, and you still entertaining calls from Phaedra? I mean, am I the only one who can remember this stuff?
He said he loved Phaedra.
He said he loved her. He wanted, give it to her. He was wanting to give it to her.
He said she can get it, all the things.
What a joke. What a joke.
Just like he loved Bishop Jakes.
I know.
Larry loved everybody.
Now I had to pull this up on I don't even know what to call this. TD Jakes 35-2 of the court case. I have to bring this up. He says that this motion seeks to dismiss the plaintiff's retaliatory complaint. Now wait a minute. When did it become a retaliatory complaint? When you are the one who actually sent the man an email and a request for $6 million. How is he retaliating against you?
If you don't give it to us, we're going to keep talking. And then, but what remember in the thing, they did say we were going to bring a SA case up against him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And my thing is was this going to be the SA case? All of these affidavits that are recanting the same story that we've been hearing for weeks. What's going to be the case? I'm confused. That's why I say this whole thing has me baffled.
Well, that's the attempt, though. That's the attempt. But I'm here to say and to proclaim, I'm not baffled and I'm not confused.
I'm a little confused. I can't
say it. I hear what they're trying to spin and what they're trying to do. But let me tell you, that deal came out so quick today with the judge, okay? The judge is ready for them to stop playing around and to start doing some things so he can start doing some real good rulings on what's going on. That judge told them today, he told Jakes' team, he don't want y'all to exceed 20 pages for this opposition, the briefing opposition, and he want that by February 14th. And the other brief, the reply brief, not to exceed 15 pages. He don't want not one more 167 something.
Oh my God. Thank you, Jesus.
The judge said, don't give it to me. I'm going to throw it out.
Thank you, Lord. Or you could be held in contempt of court.
You're going to be held in contempt.
Now how ironic that they have to file their paperwork on Valentine's Day. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family.
Since we're in a love fest, aren't we in a love fest?
Yes, we're getting away all kind of hugs and kisses and things. February 14th. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
But guys, I have
February 15th, I think it said. Yeah.
I have a question.
It is 14th.
One, and then the 21st for the other. Yeah. And if we know Jake's team, they're gonna knock it all out in one shot.
But hold on, before they knock it out in one shot, I need for them to actually shoot for the target. See, the problem that I've been having with TD Jakes' team is they've been dealing with this around the peripheral and trying to, and while the other side is telling all of these stories. And see, I told you guys some time back, the only way that TD Jakes was going to put this into context is they need to go all the way back to Manasseh Jordan. The first person to mention Manasseh Jordan was Blackburn. Now, what in the world?
Right. Okay. Right. In the whole,
in the whole document,
right.
like I'm like, why is Blackburn the first person to mention Manasseh Jordan? Because a part of this conspiracy, in my mind, is that they've been trying to tie TD Jakes to this sort of grooming and essaying activity all the way back then. And his attorneys need to be paying attention, and the legal aides and all those people need to be paying attention. We know you're listening to the videos. We know you are. So it's just like, come on. Get to the point. And I know you had a question, Courtney. Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, and you all were in the vein of my question. My question, and I'm gonna go on a drop down, but my question to you guys: what is the next steps for Bishop Jake's team?
To respond?
Yeah.
Well, like what should their response look like? Are they gonna come back swinging, or because right now it's not presenting strong, right?
Right.
So are they going to come back with something strong, or what? Like, what's next?
That's a good question. They better, because it's a motion to dismiss is on the table now.
Correct.
So it's the jugular now. They have to come back strong, so the judge won't still be saying vague and the assertions. They have to come back strong. If they don't, he's going to get a dismissal and an anti-slap, and he need to have his ass slapped.
Well, but if you look at the anti-slap motion, what they actually said in the anti-slap motion doesn't fit either, in my opinion, because he's actually trying to say, just because TD Jakes is a public person, that he gets to say whatever he wants, and he can just defame the man however he wants, because it's under his free speech. And I'm like, that's not what free speech is for. Free speech is not for you to just go around saying anything you want to say. I mean, you need to most certainly have, accurate statements, and you need to be able to prove your statement, St. James. And I'm marveling at what I read today. I really am, St. James.
The scriptures when I read the first scripture, I knew where it was going. I said, this is bullshit. This is bull. And you're trying to use scriptures talking about he's not living what he's preaching. Where's the scripture for young blood?
Right. And then you're calling him a homosexual in the documents. And you're doing all of these other salacious things in the document. Now, to answer Courtney's question again, I think that one of the pertinent things that must be done in order for TD Jakes' team to move forward is they're going to have to contextualize and capsulize all of the things that surround this, that brought us to this day, not just young blood, because you're going to have to go back and you're going to have to bring this forward in order to show some level of conspiracy, because keep in mind, I don't care what nobody says, Blackburn fully knew what he was doing when he sent that email and that request. So and
you don't believe the honest man, the most honest man?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. He didn't know that, it was going to be sent. Oh, okay.
No. Well, St. James, I heard the people told me today, they said, well, Larry and Blackburn was saying hello to each other like they just met each other today. Oh, this is the first time we've encountered one another. Hello. I heard this was Masterpiece Theater today going on over there.
Excellent. Encore. Ray says, what is the purpose of anti-slap if Blackburn is representing him for free? Right, because he put in the attorney's cost, and you ain't got no cost. He's free. It's pro bono.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They're just going. Let's look into this too. Well, that's a good point. A demand letter is beginning of legal action, right? Yeah. So aside from Youngblood doing the interview, he took the first legal step. He didn't plan for Jakes to say, "Let's go." Then
correct.
He was so convinced because of what we've been hearing come out of Larry's mouth for over a year, that Jake pays, he pays, he pays, he pays.
Well, then he even mentioned in the documents again today about some young men that supposedly TD Jakes paid off. He didn't give any
Right,
names. He didn't give
right.
it. He just threw the allegation out there. So
Hold on for me. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you, man, for helping us reach our goal tonight. This is our first $4.99 super chat to help us reach our goal. And remember, any of my people who come on here, my content creators or subs, if they have their Cash Apps on there, feel free. Share the wealth. Feel free. Marcellus has his there. Feel free to, if he says something good, give him a little change.
And mine has just been there for so many years. It's just
No, keep
always
it there.
there.
I'll let everybody
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, I don't
But
have no.
listen here, you all. I genuinely, and I'm not even trying to be funny, I genuinely want to understand if there's something I'm not seeing here.
Yeah.
I'm struggling with what in the world is this man trying to do? And believe it or not, my next video is going to be about Dwayne Youngblood's sexual assault victims and his stuff that he did. Because I'm sitting here
We
like,
don't want
dude,
you to talk about that because it
oh
doesn't have
no.
anything to do with it.
But he lied throughout this whole document today. If you read through the document, he said that he showed up at where TD Jakes was lodging. Did you read the part where he said, "Oh, I just showed up to where he was lodging"? Like he wasn't staying at someone else's home, and there were other people at this home. He tried to make it sound like, oh, it was only TD Jakes there, and some of the things in the wording in this thing is horrible, and it just shows you what kind of thing they're trying to prove here. And I think it's just disgusting. I have to be
Can we
honest.
talk about the affidavits for a minute?
Oh.
We were told, Marcellus, that the affidavits that were coming to us were going to be affidavits of people who have been essayed by Jakes.
Correct.
All the affidavits we received today was, oh yeah, he told me the story. Oh yeah, he told me the story last week. He told me the story 40 years ago. He told me the story in 2020 and 2023.
2023. And my thing is, you told a story in 2023, but you're saying this stuff happened to you over 40 years ago, sir. If you were going to have an affidavit, what would make more sense to me, St. James? And y'all can help me out in the chat if I'm thinking my thinking
How
is
big
off.
was that house? Everybody stayed at mother's house. Go ahead.
I know, but y'all would have to tell me if I'm thinking incorrect. Wouldn't it make more sense for him to get affidavits from people who were around 40 years ago that he might have told this story to, and not people who were just so recent? It seems to me that he just went out and was on the street corner saying, "Can you sign this affidavit for me? I'm gonna tell you a story, and can you sign this paper for me?"
And yes, Rosalind, say, but David's. It's people can present them, but still it's hearsay though. Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, he told me that. It's just so wild.
Well, no, I got some more for you. So you invite a friend for breakfast one morning, St. James. We're going out to breakfast.
Okay.
I'm inviting you to breakfast, and we're gonna over our toast and eggs. I'm just gonna reveal to you that I was essayed by Big TD Jakes over our bacon and eggs at the restaurant.
The waffles. Go ahead.
You understand what I'm saying? Just casually, I'm just gonna come out and just tell you that I was essayed. Something is wrong with this story and these people. I don't get it.
Do you think that he likes to tell his story so he can get the compassion of people, so they won't look at him as a nasty, perverted pedophile? No, really. So. Let me tell my story on what I've done so I can gain some favor with these people in whatever situation I'm in, so it will soften their heart to accept me and look over my past discretions.
Yeah, I absolutely believe you most certainly have a valid point. His wife affidavit failed to date when she first told her the story. It also said that when she asked him if he told anyone else, he said no. Lord have mercy, Jesus. My God.
He's honest. We're talking about the honest person. We're talking about the most honest person here. He didn't tell you told your wife, you didn't tell nobody. But you got affidavit. Now let's talk about Richard, the brother.
Oh, I just yeah. Mhm.
He's been telling his story for a number of years. He's done some, I don't know about podcasts or blogs or what have you, in written blogs in regards to it. He and it seems to me, I don't know what happened, but he's very upset with the breakup between him and his wife and his family. And
Mm.
I believe he blames TD Jakes for that. I don't know if it happened between him and TD, but my thing, if that even happened to you, why didn't you go out and sue TDJ? Because listening to the brother's story, it's a little bit more salacious than the hug and the bear hug. We added, you see the bear hug he told
Yes.
somebody?
Mm,
Yes, he told somebody
mm.
it was a bear hug.
Oh, squeezed him tight.
He couldn't get out of the grips of the bear.
So
He was
tight
so
he
shook.
died. So tight he
He
died. It just
died.
died. I'm sorry
So
for giggling, Maria, but this just so tickles me,
mm,
Maria. I'm so sorry.
you can
Um,
giggle.
I'm just saying,
Maria,
but I'm sorry, you all. But when you think about how silly some of this stuff is, now
yeah.
I don't know how far you got St. James in this paperwork, but at one point one of them he starts telling this story about a financial advisor that TD Jakes was best friends with.
Is that
And
the Salis or something?
yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
and I don't know if this is the case, but I talked about this on the podcast earlier today. The only other person that I know that was best friends with TG Jakes who worked in the financial sector was
Mhm,
Bishop Clifford Frazier. Was
mm.
and that's the only other person that I could reference when
I
he
don't
was
know.
making those references. I was like, that's Clifford Frazier. The only person he could be talking about is Clifford
Mm.
Frazier. But I don't know. I'm gonna leave that there. But I'm like, whatever, because I'm not new to it. I'm true to it. But go
It
ahead.
was just today. I don't believe, I don't believe this was the first time him and Larry talked, but that needs to be said if Jakes's people want to move forward with the co-conspirators. You have to say you've never talked. So I don't expect them not to say they never talked.
Yeah, and
Blackburn and Larry.
yeah. Well,
You
I
know.
mean, all you've ever getting over there is lies, and so the only thing that I expect from them is lies. This
Yeah.
is this is a case, ladies and gentlemen, in my humble
Mhm,
opinion, of a person who committed essays
mhm.
on young men, who has been thrown out of ministry, who is not really accepted into ministry
Yeah.
anymore, and who is longing to be in ministry, and he is jealous of others that he saw ascend to certain heights in ministry. Did you
Mhm.
see all the insults that they insulted? He's a self-proclaimed this, and
Right, yeah, no, he's not a self-proclaimed. Many people, many notable, what wasn't he on the cover of Time magazine?
Time magazine, absolutely.
That's not a self-proclaimed. That is a world renowned, not a self-proclaimed. So regardless of what we think about TD Jakes, whether you like him or you don't like him, his work has spoke for him in the community, in the world. So we can't go back and say he's now self-proclaimed. No,
Right,
no, no, no.
right. And I'm gonna come back
Just
to
like
that.
he's a convicted
Right,
pedophile, Jakes is a renowned,
right.
you know.
Now I'm paraphrasing for you, Ray. Let me be very clear. I do understand what was said about the friend that worked for Merrill Lynch, but the person I'm talking about or thinking about is a person by the name of Clifford Frazier, because he was one of the only friends
Uh-huh.
that Young Blood and TD Jakes, they were all friends with him, and that's the only other person that I know from back in the
Okay.
day that was that was working in the financial fields. He still to this day works in the financial field. He's on Facebook. You can look him up.
Mm.
So I'm
Yeah,
just a
I didn't
little
know them. Oh, I don't know them
yeah,
folks.
I'm a little confused by I'm just a little confused by this St.
Mhm.
James. Now let me
But
ask you. Go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, because the funny thing that I saw throughout this whole tapestry of what he has woven together, is the fact that he is trying on one hand to say TD Jakes, like like we just said, he's a self-proclaimed this, but then he comes down later in the document and says, oh, but he has millions of followers and he's got a huge ministry and all of this other stuff. And I kept saying to myself,
Right.
does he not understand the
Yeah.
inconsistencies of his own statements?
Don't back up. You just backed up Jake's statements. You backed him up, Blackburn.
Yeah.
That he's a, like 9 billion said, Jake's has sat with presidents.
Right. He was on the when they put him on the cover of Time magazine, if you're old enough to remember, they called him America's next Billy Graham.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the only difference is he's black. And that's amazing to get the Time magazine to call a black man on the cover the next Billy Graham. That's a big deal, you all. That's not a self-proclaimed kind of situation.
It's amazing to me. But when Courtney first got on here, she really had the issue. She was like you when you what are we missing? Are we really showing bias? Or
Right.
what's the problem? Because we're not getting what these other people are saying. They're clearing his name.
Mm-hmm.
And Larry told them to put it in the chat. If anybody remembers what it said, he told them to put like Dwayne's clearing or he's been cleared or something. They love to say that. Dwayne has not been cleared.
Cleared of what?
Today.
Well, first of all, he has not been cleared because he's a twice convicted essayer.
Right.
Let's be clear about that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
His last stint with prison was because he got caught in the act with an ankle monitor on, and so he's no angel here. And Larry is delusional. And this Larry is just flat out delusional. I'm not even going to go there because he's just delusional.
Okay. All right. You could be big. You biggest Jakes. All right.
Hey, well, you know what Men of Standard said back in the day when they did that Rain album. They said it's hard to be big when little got you.
Little got you.
You know what I'm saying? So it's no. But I'm with her. Because I even asked my folks today. I was like, you guys, at the end of the show, I was like, do I need to go over there and watch all these other content creators? Because I feel like I'm totally missing something.
I know. It's really weird but I got on just to make sure that, I really couldn't go into a lot this morning because I had some things to do here. But I wanted to come back on to say, when you feel that you're siding or they're trying to get you to side with the side of Youngblood, I still think you're falling for it. You're falling for that's exactly what they want. Blackburn and Larry have an agenda. Like I said, and I don't know them like that. I know them. I don't know Blackburn, but what I'm seeing, what's being presented to us, their agenda right now is to prove that there has been no conspiracy, and they are not included in that. That's why this man is taking him on pro bono. He's not doing it because he just loves Youngblood or he believes in Youngblood. And he was suicidal once, and that was a great story that he told.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's not get it confused. No. He's not doing this because he believes in Youngblood. He's doing this so he won't be claimed, and it won't be attached to what's already his name is attached to in New York.
Right.
Now, remember, he may be in good standing now, but he's been brought up on some stuff that New York has against his license.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna say this. When you read the documents from the so-called doctor and this PTSD that he's that
is a whole nother story.
I know. Now
when did he go, Marcellus? Could you give me a time when he went?
No.
When did he go?
No, don't have a clue. And that's
what before the demand letter or after?
I'm sure it was probably after the demand letter. He didn't meet this lady until after the demand letter. He didn't know this woman.
Jakes that ripped his soul apart, huh?
Yeah. Just crushed him and made him vulnerable. Said he felt tremendously vulnerable.
Oh my God.
I mean, but
He
they
didn't.
really
He couldn't open his door. He was scared to open his door, Marcellus.
you gonna have Maria mad at me. Stop.
You can laugh over here. This is crazy. This is so out of this world. And you know what? It's just like when the opposite sides gets what they call professional, the witnesses. What
Right.
they call them?
These professional
Witness
testimonials
experts or
and these
whatever.
experts. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they can get any doctor, any whatever any plumber, to go with your side and to write things that are favorable to you. Defendants can, or the plaintiffs can. There's always going to be someone that is going to side with you.
Right.
Now, listen, like you said, I think you said this earlier, or someone said it, maybe it was you. You was in prison, nigga.
Right. That was me.
You was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
But Jake's son has got you scared and not opening the doors now?
Right. And couldn't you not have experienced your PTSD when you was behind bars? You understand what I'm saying? Like, where did this PTSD?
No, behind bars gave him no PTSD. None.
It would have gave me some.
That he's gotten was because Jermaine Jake said that little blurb, and also he's in this lawsuit now.
Well, let's break it all the way down. Let's go back here. But St. James, why didn't he have some PTSD when he was perpetrating these types of crimes on other young men? When did this PTSD show up for him?
His horniness and his perverted.
No. Yeah. No. I want to draw this out because people need to really give this some thought here. Mm-hmm. He perpetrated these items on things on these young men as a grown man. That he was 20, 30, 40 years removed from his TD Jakes incident. So why all of a sudden, now that he's out of prison, it's taking him all the way back to the 40 years ago, and he's so traumatized that now he's experiencing all of these feelings and emotions, but he had none of these emotions while he was perpetrating this stuff on other young men. I'm sorry. I find that egregious, and I find that so anti-intellectual. I can't even believe that you could possibly say that to another human being and think that we could possibly go along with that.
Yeah. You can go into an office and tell a psychiatrist or a therapist anything you want to, Marcellus.
Yeah, you can.
I can tell them that, and like Ray says, that text, and to me, it's absolutely no threat.
It's not a threat, and I said it.
To me, it's absolutely no threat. So you can go in and tell a therapist that you feel threatened by this. And what they're going to put in there, he felt threatened by a text message from an individual named Jermaine Jakes. And he also feels PTSD from a lawsuit that he is currently in.
But Jermaine Jakes, if I'm not mistaken, is TD Jakes' homosexual son. Mm-hmm. This is the son that is a homosexual. Mm-hmm. You mean to tell me that young blood felt threatened by this young man? I don't think so. I think that he knows who this young man is because they've known each other. They were they came up together, so he knows who this young man is. So him using this, they're using whatever they can use to try and bolster their claims and to make these salacious comments.
But just becoming homosexual, that'll make him like weak and stuff.
No, I'm not saying he's weak, but what I'm saying is he has relationship with that young man, St. James.
And I think
knows that young
man.
Man.
Talked to him for maybe 10 years, but you still had communications with him.
But you so scared of him that this little text message, he told you to be careful and to take care of yourself. Essentially, that's what he said. I would be very careful and walk a little bit more, circumspectly here. So you understand what I'm saying? I don't understand what the man is so afraid of.
Kevin says, plain devil's advocate, maybe the PSD caused him to essay the young men. Listen, but that wasn't presented to us. They're presenting, trying to say that this situation now is what's causing his PTSD.
Yeah, I want Jake's son to go punch him in the face if he can. Because at this point, this is ridiculous. I'm just saying.
You know, and then to say they want to be open, so they now why didn't you want to sue him? Now you want the judge to keep it open where you can go ahead and sue Jakes and sue Jermaine. Why wasn't that your first thing to do? You didn't do a police report. If somebody has scared you to the point of initiating and acting, reacting your PTSD, doesn't that call for a police report? At the least.
Well, according to Ray in the chat, Ray said, and he made the police report, but it wasn't a criminal report. My God from Zion. Well, maybe I've been in church too long. I just don't understand this kind of stuff and these types of lies, and that's one of the reasons why, certain people I can't get with, because they spend too much time.
Let's not forget this point too, Marcellus. Like Wildcard said, Blackburn went from refusing service to representing him pro bono.
Told him to pound sand.
Told him to pound sand to find him. But that was before the response, which was going to, and when they kind of implicated him. Matter of fact, it was after Dwayne. Wasn't it after Dwayne sent his first Dear John letter without the attorney? Then when they responded, I think they were kind of putting a little bit more tug into there.
A little spin.
Going after Youngblood and Larry. And then all of a sudden, Blackburn is now representing him and submitting paperwork to extend, I believe the paperwork, what did he do? The paperwork to the expedited discovery. Because it was after he did that, he was like, oh, wait a minute here. I think they're trying to put me in this shit too.
Right. And so he tried to wiggle himself out of that whole situation. But somebody also told me today, St. James, that I guess, and I don't know, so I could be wrong because I don't know. That Blackburn said something to Larry about separating a case or him being sued by TD Jakes separately or something to that effect. Did you hear something about that, or do you know anything about that?
Well, I guess there was some talk on that. I wish somebody, Courtney, would have stayed on because I didn't hear it at all. I guess there was some talk on there where Blackburn alluded to Jakes suing Larry separately.
Yeah, because I've been telling all of the folks that I
heard there was like a little look that was like, what the hell you say that for, nigga?
I could imagine because I've been telling my people that I think that he needs to separate this case between Larry and Youngblood, because I think there's so much evidence on the other side. First of all, because Larry's been saying this stuff for over a year with Manasseh Jordan, and now this other dude.
I bet Manasseh said, listen here, y'all, keep my effing name out of this mess. And he brought it was brought up in the thing, and then Larry brought Manasseh's name up as well today.
Because that's where this all began, and a lot of this started is with this Manasseh Jordan. And I don't care what they say, they can all try to distance themselves as much as they want to. That is also a part of this conspiracy. Now, the reason why they're able to get away with it, because of course he wasn't able to subpoena their text messages and see their emails and communications. But I want to be, on my end, I want to be frank. It is my opinion. I think that a lot of this stuff was done way starting back then. The man was calling him from jail, according to them.
And they never talked about those jail calls or anything, or the communication from jail, because they're saying, Larry even said it today, well, they were telling me, oh, he wants to speak to you. Oh, he wants to speak to you. When was the first conversation?
Right.
When was the first conversation? And if he was in jail, what did you guys talk about?
Did they have internet in jail? Do they let you watch YouTube in jail? How did he know to call Larry?
I'm not sure. Well, I guess he's been watching. I guess he said, I think even on this thing, he said he watched, Larry's program and stuff like that.
From where? Jail?
From jail. Listen, they got phones and everything. What you talking about? Jail is a wonderful thing for some of these folk. Hold on.
Oh,
What's up? The talk with Will? Is it William? You're on mute. You there? Hello? I'm about to drop you down if you don't talk. All right. Go ahead. Yeah. So let's, because Ray said, going back to this police report, even the wording from the officer was because he wants it in record. So he didn't. And when was that done? Was it done? See, this is why we're thinking that we're confused.
right. Because this is crazy.
Because they're just doing things, they're out of order. They're doing things like they're scrambling around, and they're wanting us to believe this. I'm sorry. I don't believe it was just a random thing. Nothing that happened on Larry's show today, I don't believe was random.
Yeah, me neither. Because I just know they're too conniving, and there's just no way. But I understand. But like I said, I think all of these documents were for the court of public opinion. They wanted the salaciousness of this because they know vloggers even outside of this space are going to pick this up, and they are going to go ham on TD Jakes. They're gonna do the Diddy thing again, because all of that he tied to Diddy. He tied the TD Jakes with Diddy, with Eddie Long, with all of those other people. It was just ridiculous. And he even mentioned the CNN interview that TD Jakes did with Eddie Long. Now, like I told the folks today, I had a problem with that interview myself, but it wasn't the thing.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let me try this again. Is your mic working now? Hello? You may have to drop down and come back up because we can't hear you. I'm sorry. So the CNN interview.
Yeah, the CNN interview. I don't know if you remember when TD Jakes, when Eddie Long got in all that trouble, and he went over there, and TD Jakes was like, "Well, they were 16, so they were of age, they was grown or whatever." He said, and that's when I just kind of was like, "Okay, this is a whole nother situation for me." But they didn't even mention that in the court documents. They mentioned the other stuff that was just even stupid. I was like, "Well, why are you mentioning that?" Because the real thing that I thought would have bolstered, this story time that you're telling would have been that comment versus the other stuff that they listed. So I was just really, really surprised. And I'll be honest with you, I'm exhausted from reading what I read today. It just
I'm so glad. I think the judge is too. I think he said this is not going to happen again. He gave them, what you're going to do is give me 15 pages here and 21 whatever pages there, nothing more, because it made no sense. All that he said could have been condensed in about 5-6 pages.
Absolutely. They told some amazing stories. They went all the way back to childhood, to his daddy, his sister. It was just story time. I said, this is amazing, but I knew it was going to happen because it's just reading rainbow. This man has no case, in my opinion.
And the thing about it, okay, so he's out here trying to justify his experience with Jakes when we're not even there yet. We're talking about defamation.
Right.
I guess the defamation part, trying to get those, still, he didn't present anything. All he presented with affidavits about his story that he told to people. His brother came up and told his story, but again, that brother, and I really think the brother is pissed off because he was dismissed from the Jakes camp.
Okay.
He was totally dismissed, even dismissed to the point where I believe it broke up his marriage. So he has an axe to grind against TD Jakes that is a little bit more forceful than Dwayne's.
But I believe Dwayne has an axe to grind too, because TD Jakes was a part of this church with them. He has
Hmm.
ascended to an amass enormous amount of wealth.
Right.
Here they're back in Philadelphia, working part time. Y'all remember he started off by telling the judge he worked part
Part
time,
time.
and
Part time.
it was going to be tough for him to get an attorney, and so
Hmm.
he's he's struggling or whatever. And so St. James, I feel like on some level there's a tremendous amount of jealousy there. From the if you listen at the way the stuff is written,
Yeah.
it's jealousy
Yeah, his
there.
story's missing details too, Tyrone. It ain't it. So there's some details that are missing that he hasn't offered at all through the years.
Yeah, I just
And I
hate to
think
say
that's
it.
why it hasn't grown any leg. Because the thing about it, they're so busy talking about who they talk to, Marcellus, who can corroborate their story. But these main people, Watkins ain't coming out and said you told him anything. He ain't gonna do it.
Oh yeah, and he mentioned Watkins too again.
But he
Ain't
ain't
that
gonna
funny?
do it. Man ain't coming out here to
Mm.
go against TD Jakes.
And I just want to say this publicly. I'm not saying that something could not have happened at the Hugga Gugga church.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying that was not the possibility, but what I
Mhm.
am saying, this case, the legs on this case are very short, and
Yeah,
it's running completely out, and it's running out because all of us are tremendously confused on what this man is actually trying to say and accomplish throughout this whole litany of documents that he submitted to the court. And I'm sorry to say, unless you all can share me, and I'm open, I'm seriously telling you guys publicly, I'm
right.
open for you to share something with me other than what I've been able to read, and maybe I just don't get it. I don't see what this man is expecting from TD Jakes. And you think that I'm gonna let you come out here because I'm a public person and say all of this? And then he said, "Oh,
Right.
now the burden of proof is on TD Jakes to prove." No, it's not. You the one
It's not.
who submitted all of this stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You
But
know.
I think the conspiracy issue is they got to come a little bit more forceful, Marcellus.
Yeah, and they definitely are. I'm gonna be honest with you, and well, I told my private group some different stuff, but I'm gonna tell y'all.
Hmm.
Let me tell y'all, TD Jakes' attorney. I don't know if they're all white men, and I'm not saying that white people can't, you know, see things, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, uh, I think that they're trying to handle this from a just what we can see from what we see out in the public kind of thing. They need
Hmm.
to dig a little deeper, and they need to pay attention to these vloggers and these vlogs, and they most certainly need to go back to Larry's stuff and take a look at what Larry said. That's imperative as far as I'm concerned.
Right. And see, and that's what I wanted to get back on here because there wasn't any mention in there, or did I miss it? That they talk about the $6 million demand in his response.
Oh no, no, not at all. They ain't gonna bring that up.
Mm.
Yeah, that's they that went up in smoke. So I guess when they were pounding the sand, they dropped that letter on the ground, and so it's never gonna be seen and heard from again. You know what I'm saying? They just ain't mentioning that whatsoever. And
And
every
I think they were trying to put Tyrone in a because of what we heard about him in the media and in the social media, they were trying to put him in a better light today. I can
uh
tell that's what they were trying to do.
there is no better light to put Tyrone
Yeah,
on. And
yeah.
I'm so sorry that people don't understand. Oh, this is the other part that got me in this document. Young Blood kept saying, "Oh, I am a champion for this kind of stuff, people who have been abused and all
Right.
of this stuff, and I'm an advocate and I do my advocacy work." St. James, when did his advocacy work begin?
Have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Because
Mm-mm.
I've never seen him on a platform, on
Me
a
neither.
podcast,
Me
on
neither.
nothing. And all of a sudden now you're an advocate. When did you become an advocate?
Yeah.
And was that after you went to prison or before you went to prison? Because you
Right.
was a pastor. And I'm gonna tell you one line in that document that really pissed me off when he said, "Oh, TD Jakes is using his faith and the faith to be able to do this type of behavior and do these types of events. And I said, well, Dwayne, wasn't that the same thing that you was doing? You was using the faith to coerce those young men to go in your back
Mhm,
office.
mhm,
Weren't you doing the
mhm.
same thing? Am I tripping? That's why I kept saying all day, am I tripping? Maybe I'm just not getting it.
Oh, now the 6 million was light. 15 million is common. See, they trying us.
Oh,
They really trying us.
yes, they are. Because I did hear that there was some other, well, the attorneys were over there, and the attorneys were saying, "Oh, it's standard practice to send a demand letter. That's
Well,
just
and
standard."
I understand that. I totally understand that practice. But don't you think the offense should equal
Well,
the demand?
you were, yeah, and I don't think a hug and a potential kiss should get you
No,
$6 million.
no. And well, now I do remember Pam was saying, I think when we were on Conscious, which made sense, but I couldn't relate it to Youngblood about how you went to, you were abused. You're blaming these people for abusing you. So you go out and abuse. Now you go to jail. You done missed out on all of the potential income. You could have been a doctor, but you decided to be a pedophile. And because you decided to be a pedophile, because that's all you knew, because you were abused at a young age. So now I'm going to come back and I'm going to sue the people who abused me because they changed my mind to be a pedo. And now I've ruined my life.
Oh my God! Oh my God! St. James, I just
So that was the mode of thinking that Pam said, which, like I said, but I can't relate this offense to that. You can have your opinion, and she's a defense attorney, and I understand that, and I respect her as such. But my issue was putting this with that, with
Right.
TD Jakes with that. Go sue Watkins. Go sue the estate of Wilson. Why are you saying now, because of this hug and a missed kiss, now he has to atone for all of the sins of my watching my daddy, mess with my sister and all these other stuff. Jakes has to atone for all of them people.
Oh,
He has the most money.
okay. Now, I think the judge is going to, well, see, I keep making these predictions, and I have to be honest with you. I'm amazed that we've even gotten this far, because I thought the judge was going to give them or grant them some other things. But let me just say this: if the judge grants this essayer this
Yeah,
based upon his history, then that just lets me know they're not really paying attention to these documents and really diving into this stuff.
right, right.
But one thing I do know about court systems, courts, they go with the law. So
Yeah.
whoever's going to be able to prove their case based upon the law.
Based upon the law, because it doesn't make us. Maybe you were saying that too. What I may have heard you say it too. It's about law. It ain't about truth.
Correct. It's all about the law. It has nothing to do with the truth.
It's about who can prove themselves the best according to the law, whether you be on the defense or whether you be on the plaintiff side.
Correct.
Let's
And
look at these real quick. This is the I don't know which one is which. Oh, I can't even read that.
oh,
Okay.
you have to pull it up. Which one is that? Let me see where
This
you're at.
is the incident report that he filed, that Youngblood filed.
Now, what date did he file this
Let
incident
me
report?
see if I could just bring it up and read it myself.
Because if he filed this prior to anything in the 2000s, I might give you some level of validity. But if this was filed anytime after the 2000s, this is
No, this
worthless.
was just okay. Was this in the? This wasn't in the paperwork we received, huh? What was this in?
I don't think
Reporting
I saw it.
party, harassment by communication. Let me see if somebody knows the date. Okay, on 11/27. Okay, I'm trying to see the date of this thing. Oh, because it said received, but they marked out that it said 3 or 4, but the date is missing. Shoot, I need another copy. If y'all got another copy of this that has the date,
Vincent, we still up. It's late where you at.
where's
It ain't
Vincent
late
at? You see,
down there in
Vincent
the
hit the
chat.
link. I was gonna go hit a link over there at Vincent's today.
Listen here, Vincent. I will look. I listen. Listen. It's late where you at. It's 9:47 here, sir.
This
Yeah.
since the lawsuit was filed. I know, but I was just interesting to see when it was reported 11/27. Okay, so it
Of
was
what year?
reported 11/27.
Of
When
that
was
is
the
that?
complaint
Oh, so
filed?
that was 2024.
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me a break, people. I don't want to hear this. This is why I said I am not that slow. Come
Uh,
Come on, man. This is a pile on.
it
You
is.
doing all of this stuff at the last minute, and you want somebody to believe you.
They're
No, no, no.
scrambling to dot I's and cross T's, and it's not going to work.
Vincent, you scared to hit the link?
It's pinned in the chat.
He over there talking about, hey, Charmaine. Hey, you heard what St. James said. Hit the link. Hey, Charmaine.
Leave Charmaine alone. Where is new search? Okay.
That darn Vincent. Good God. Lord have mercy.
Vincent over there giving Tasha K them screenshots. We know you, Vincent. We got you, Vince.
Vincent say, I don't know how she got what she got.
I'm gonna make him mad now. Make him hit the link. We know you sent Tasha K them screenshots.
Oh Lord.
Put a wool over our
Listen, Vincent came out with one of them videos like Eddie Long had to do about that Ephraim Taylor. Vincent was over there talking about I did not give out any screens.
I know I saw.
He doing a public service announcement. I said, look at Vincent.
Okay, so the complaint was filed on the 25th of November. He made the incident report on the 27th.
He's backstage for you, St. James,
okay.
so you know.
All right.
But it still don't matter. It still don't matter.
Welcome, Vincent.
Praise the Lord. How are y'all?
No, you didn't come on here with that old greeting. Praise the Lord, brother. Praise the Lord.
God bless you, men of God.
So he filed on Jermaine Jakes 2 days after the complaint was filed. The offense was on 11/3, complaint filed 11/25, and then he went to the police to do a complaint on the 27th. Yeah. Somebody told him to go do that. Oh.
Well, I just think all of it's a pile on. If you if you're filing all of these papers at the very last minute, you're losing credibility with every misstep. Because if I look at this case in totality, there have been a lot of missteps, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. For me, there has. And that's why I keep asking all of you, am I missing something? And I'm not.
And do you think there's been missteps on both sides?
Yes. Oh, you better believe it. TD Jakes is frustrating the heck out of me. You know, and you know, I wanted to use another adjective, but anyway, I'm being nice. But
what are your thoughts, Vincent, on what the new paperwork the story, the whole booklet we received today?
I am not reading no clips, snips, like a coupon book. That man put that thing together like a coupon book, little snippets and clippets and I'm not reading that. I'm busy.
The whole table of contents he had.
I was joking, but in all seriousness, because I had reached out to both of you guys, and y'all, of course, we're all pushing the story. So I said, well, let me see if I can read through it real quick. I literally just clicked, and it was like snippet from this, snippet.
Yeah.
What do you all know? And let me say this: Tyrone Blackburn is supposed to be like this knowledgeable lawyer, I guess.
Yeah.
What was the whole point of all of these articles as if they hold any weight in court?
Good question.
I was embarrassed for him because they don't hold any weight in court. They're trying to say, well, you know, I think his thing was, well, he was being talked about. So whatever we said about him, you know, we can talk about him too, because he was already being talked about. That's the point he's trying to make.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And
Got
he's, of course, trying to, when you were in kindergarten, Vincent, over there in North Carolina, you know how they used to give you a little picture on one side and a picture on the other side, and they say draw one line to the picture that most resembles, the other picture.
it.
So this was him trying to draw lines across the case in order to attach TD Jakes to, Diddy, to Eddie
Yeah.
Long. So
Yeah.
he's trying to say that these things are similar when none of these things have legs, because these are all allegations. They're allegations with no proof. And at one particular point, he brought up an article from North Carolina Beat. I think it
Yeah.
was North
Yeah,
From
Father,
Geraldine.
yeah,
Father and the God.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what was strange for me. And here's where that can backfire, because
Yeah.
if the court allows this kind of material to matter, I don't know the proper term, but to matter or to be admissible, then Jakes's lawyers can pull his literal
Yeah.
provable rap sheet.
Yeah.
So this could backfire. Like if we're gonna go toe for toe, he's lost already.
Yeah.
If he goes toe for toe, he's lost already. So that they need to be careful. What do y'all think about this slap act? Because I think they're trying to make it
He
like some.
needs to be slapped.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Oh my God.
I don't think I mean they presented, stuff in case law and stuff, but like I said, I'm no attorney or anything like that, but I just don't understand. Well, I guess you think the slap act will come in if they really cannot prove conspiracy, maybe?
Well,
No.
the little piece I read was they were saying like they were trying to make TD Jakes this big corporation, because the
Mhm.
slap
Mhm.
act only works like if I'm fighting against Walmart and Walmart try to sue me. So they're trying
Mm.
to make Jakes like he's a Walmart of churches or something like that.
Mm.
But the thing
Mm.
is, it's one thing to say Walmart customer service sucks. It's another thing to say that the one of the Waltons tried to kiss me in the mouth.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
And that saved me when I was a child.
yeah.
And he
Mm.
wasn't even a child. That's what I also reminded
And
everybody
wasn't even a
today.
child,
Yeah, he
right?
wasn't even a child. So
He's like 19
Mm.
years old, isn't it?
yeah, 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now,
My
as the
question.
story would progress, the ages got a little murky.
Yeah, everything's getting murky. Everything with this case is murky.
Well, let me ask you, how old was Jakes? Because I haven't been able to do the math for that.
I think somebody did the math and said he was in his early 30s.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gosh,
early
that's
30s. So you're talking about 30 something and against a 19-year-old. Yeah,
yeah.
somewhere around there. Hmm.
Divide by 2 plus 7 plus 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And,
And
and it still ain't gonna make no sense.
yeah,
It still ain't gonna add up. And to tell you the truth, like I told everybody before, he was a grown man. So whatever situation happened as a man, he should have been able to handle it and say,
yeah,
that's not something I desire, that's not something I want, and then went on about your business. But how did that turn into you now have PTSD? That's
yeah.
that's the part that's getting me. All of this extra pile on stuff that they're putting on this, it's despicable.
It's funny. Did he mention PTSD when he was
Yes,
on the
yeah.
platform with Larry?
Oh, I don't know.
Uh,
I didn't watch it.
I don't
Not to
remember.
my knowledge. I never heard that come out of his mouth.
Yeah, I never heard. This is my first time hearing PTSD,
He
because
got
if you had it,
PTSD after Jermaine sent his so-called threat, which I don't see as a threat.
Well, why didn't he have PTSD when he was sitting on a platform of a very large podcaster? And the way that they said it in the document, they said, "Oh, he's internationally known. He's just wonderful, wonderful." So I mean, why didn't he have some PTSD? Because you on camera and the world is looking at you. Does that create PTSD?
Yeah.
Right, right. Thank you so much, Cosby, for putting a color on it. I appreciate you.
Lady Dimples, I don't know what you mean. So is Mad Church Disease saying the same for Vincent? Let's be fair. What does she
Listen
mean?
here, you can go and fall into Lady Dimple's trap if
Yeah,
you want
do
to.
not
This is
listen.
the
Oh,
Do
same.
I don't know
not
what that
approach.
means. I'm sorry.
U-turn. Lady Dimples is nuts.
This
Okay.
is the same Lady Dimples that put that $49.99 to William and had
Oh,
him speaking in tongues
okay.
about Larry and Bernard.
Hey,
Hey,
I
St.
don't.
James. Lady Dimples put me on game last night in the private community. I
Oh,
said, she said something. I said, hold on, I gotta watch you, Lady Dimples. You something else. you
she's
you
a mess. She is a hoot, but
Listen.
she is a mess. But what are you?
Okay.
Let's agree with. So, Matt, are you saying the same for Vincent? Let's be fair. My thing would be PTSD, though. Let's just think about, because we know what you've gone through, Vincent. Do you have? Is that? Do you? Can you relate?
With the Jake's Youngblood story.
Yeah, yeah.
With having PTSD after your
Having
experience.
PTSD. Yeah, after your experience.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. Okay, so there's a couple of things that's different. I was under Larry from the 23 years old
Hmm.
to 36 years old.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
He had run-ins with Jake's.
You're right.
Um,
Right.
so there's no comparison. I was 23 years old, and I unfortunately, um, Lord, and the block is already hot, and I don't know why I'm out here talking. So, but anyway, let me just finish the sentence now. But unfortunately for me, spiritual authority was used for the sexual experience. So
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't like he's saying he tried to kiss him. My thing went way deeper than that. So there's no comparison. I see no similarities at all.
And
Mm-hmm.
I had to explain that to one of my followers tonight about you, actually, Vincent,
Mhm.
because they were asking me some questions about you, and I had to tell them that your situation was completely different, and I can understand why you say some of the things that you say and why you say it the way you say it,
Mhm.
because yours was very much spiritual manipulation. And because we actually got on that other story that you reported on about that young lady crying, and and then somebody said, well, why didn't he think that way when he was over there with Larry? That's what they said to me.
All right.
And I said, well, his situation is different. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, his
Mm-hmm.
situation is more spiritual, and it's a little bit more manipulative. And there was a lot of, manipulation going on there spiritually with that situation. And so it's a
Which young
little
lady,
different.
Gigi or what I ran today?
That was no, not well, Gigi and the other lady you talked about today, but mainly the woman you talked about today, where the husband was cheating on her from the inception of their marriage.
Oh, I was nice to that lady. I said something wrong about her?
No, no, not you. I'm saying we were having a conversation, my folks and I, offline about
Oh,
about you and
gotcha.
that. So it was different, a little different.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Whew.
But back to the matter at hand.
Yes.
This is all bullshit in my opinion.
Hold on.
Let me just say that. I'm just saying, because this is all some really ridiculous story time mess. And
So
if I
let me
go
ask
ahead,
y'all this. Do you all think that Jake's tried to kiss Youngblood?
Maybe.
me at this point, no. And let me tell you why I don't believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. And here's why I don't believe it. Because if this was a story where you had been kissed, first of all, you would have people from way 40 years ago that you had told this story to. All of these stories would not be people who have just recently encountered you within maybe the past 10 years. We'll
Mm-hmm.
go 15. Okay. Here's another reason why I don't believe it. It would not be necessary for you to attach other people to this story. You bringing in P. Diddy. He done bought everybody in here but the Three Musketeers. He done bought Eddie Long. He done bought everybody in this case. P. Diddy.
Yeah.
He done bought
Yeah.
the
Kenneth
91.
Copeland.
Everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, I don't believe it, because when you have trauma, and if you've gone through an experience in life, you stand on what happened to you. You tell the truth of what happened to you, and you let the truth fall where it may. You don't use other people to try and bolster your claim. You understand what I'm saying? That doesn't help him at all. It actually takes away from him, in my view.
Permission to speak freely?
Go right ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Oh dear. I think yeah, I can be a little bit more freely on your platform, St. James. This is not a professional opinion. This is a
Go ahead.
personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think there is, just like every other whistleblower, there is some truth to what he's saying. And I
Mm-hmm.
also think he is full of BS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let me give you some pushback then, since you want
Okay.
to say there's some truth to what he's saying. I'm not denying that TD Jakes has probably done something in his past. St. James and I have said this a million times.
And
We've
just
been
to quickly, but to answer your question, the kiss, possibly he
okay,
tried to kiss him.
but
I'm
he's
not
a
gonna
big
say no,
but he's a
but
big burly man. He's a big burly man. This big burly man was leaning over trying to kiss him. So wait a minute. So wait a
yeah,
minute. So wait a minute,
there's just
Vincent.
no proof. There's nothing. There's absolutely
Okay.
nothing for us to go off of. But go ahead.
Okay, exactly. St. James, we have been saying this for weeks now. There could have been something that TD Jakes might have done with other people.
Yeah.
Relates to this case. We do not
Mhm.
have a shred of evidence to offer any sort of validity to what this man is saying. Do I
Mhm.
believe that TD Jakes leaned over to a man that he just met and tried to kiss
Right.
and then offered him, said, I'm gonna take care of you for the rest of your life if you be my side piece when I come to
And
Philadelphia?
would y'all do that blindly? Wouldn't you want to get a little taste of the nook? Wouldn't you want to get a little licky, sticky before you actually, tell them that you're gonna take care for the rest of your, or commit yourself to somebody for the rest of their life?
That's
I
so
bet you got a chick on the side, chick on the side, chick on the side. I bet you got a chick on the side. I'm just
Who provided? What sugar daddy is giving sugar? A sugar mama is giving sugar, uh, uh, and they haven't, mixed a little bit in their coffee.
That's so nasty. I swear
I'm
to
just
God.
saying,
I swear to God, that's so nasty.
ain't nowhere in the world I'm gonna commit to you, and I ain't nowhere in the world. Mm-mm.
I think that I think a lot of okay. What I have learned is most whistleblowers are not going to tell the whole truth. So what I have to deduce is
Mm.
there was some improper conversations. The vibe was there. There was some moves made. Because now let's call a spade a spade. If y'all think that Youngbloods people have not been calling me, telling me how Youngblood has adults,
Yeah,
men in the church, have done things and crossed lines and stuff like that.
oh, he was a hot ass. Yeah, I got it.
yeah, I
Mm.
heard he
So
was.
so I
That boy said he spun around in that chair at the church and was butt naked.
Jesus Christ.
That's what
God
that boy
almighty.
Will said.
Y'all
He
gonna
said
turn my
he
stomach.
picked him up from work, took him to the church, and he went to the bath. The boy went to the bathroom or something, came back into his office, saw the pictures of him hugged up with a wife and family, and then young Bud spun around in the chair, and he was butt naked.
Well, you know they say it's
Gee.
turning around for
For
me.
me,
I don't need
it
nothing to
won't
turn around like that.
always
I want it to never be like that.
be like
Never.
this.
Never be like that, dear Father God. Yeah, I think what it was, they got sweet on each other. It is what it is. But then
Yeah,
what happens is when you want to get your lick back,
yeah.
you
40
then
years later.
you want to withhold the truth. Now I
Mhm.
will say this, and something that I don't know if y'all talked about or not. When you got Jakes's folks saying
Ah,
conspiracy, 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 and then the lawyer goes on Larry's platform today,
oh,
are they really trying to piss everybody off?
Yes.
it was
Yes.
happy. Good, glad to see you too, Tamara. I saw her tonight.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Um, are you talking about the theatrical performance we saw earlier today?
And I didn't even have time to listen to it. I really didn't want to look into it, but it just hit me like I think that they got to. Here's the deal: like you can only push the envelope, but so far before you go too far. And I
Yeah,
think getting
yeah.
on that platform today was too far. Like you straight up playing
Mm.
games now. Like, and if they take, because Jake's folks watching and transcribing everything still
Okay,
probably.
give me a minute, Lady Dimples. Go
Uh,
ahead. Yeah,
and
they
and
are. They are.
and so now to further prove collusion, the lawyer is literally going on the blogger's platform having discussion. Like, and I'm thinking, Mr. Blackburn, sir, does anybody got sense? I remember, and I'm gonna say this in hush. I remember when the tone changed with Pam, And
Mm,
Larry was in the comments, and I was saying to myself, Pam don't seem like she's giving what she's supposed to be giving as a lawyer. It seemed
mhm,
one-sided to Vincent. And I
mhm,
never forget, she said, "Okay, Larry, chill out." Like she was basically
mhm.
saying she was reading something, and Larry was, "I'll do this," and for the first time, it was like, "Bro, chill out,
Calm
son.
down.
Yeah, it's a little bit more serious than what you know." I,
Mhm.
I don't know. Am I just so one-sided that like, what's going on?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you have said in the past, he's not the one to talk all this. When he starts talking, he's scared.
Yeah, he's spinning out of control.
Mhm,
Hmm.
My man been crashing out since he went in cahoots with William McCrae last year.
mhm,
Hold
mm.
on. I did not come up here to get in trouble.
Because listen, we just talking tonight. I'm in St. Louis. I ain't even home, so it don't matter. I don't know what that has to do with anything,
Right,
but
right. My
but no,
man
you're
been
right.
I'm gonna be honest with you all. And I think I've said this before. The decisions he's made and the people he's joined up with in 2024 since that video dropped,
Mhm.
it's just even shocked me.
Mm,
Like I thought you were better than that.
yeah.
And I'm not gonna call no names because I do not want no beef. Y'all
Mm.
know I almost got in trouble today. I felt
Oh,
so
you
bad.
gonna get some pushback now. I done told you, you gonna get that work, bro. You think that little old apology you gave to me, oh, I just want love in my life and I'm gonna be okay.
The
Okay, that's
love
what
ain't
you
gonna work
think.
this time. Okay.
Listen, no, I listen. I really am even keeled. I like to have a good time. I don't know. I spent all week in meditation and high consciousness spirituality. I saw that comment come up, and within a split second, I went to using gay
You
slurs.
show you listen, it came listen, it came out. The scripture says out of the abundance
I
of your
missed
heart,
that. I
your
missed that.
mouth speaks. Oh Lord, you're gonna pay for them words, buddy.
Oh,
Let me
St.
tell you
James,
that
we
right
probably gonna
now.
hear about it.
You gonna pay for that.
I felt so embarrassed. I said, "No, Vincent, this is not what you're supposed to be doing in public." But
Mm.
I
Not
mean,
not many days from hence, sir. You gonna
well,
feel
here's the
some
deal.
heat. You gonna feel some heat on your neck, and you gonna know that the word of the Lord has come to pass.
Mm,
Listen,
mm, mm.
I give praise to the gay God that he serves. Okay, I'm not supposed to be doing this. Stop,
That
Vincent.
he serves.
And he's okay. In all seriousness, here's the reality, and you guys know this. Matter of fact, I've been burnt by St. James. We talk junk on this platform.
Somebody rub Vincent's back.
Listen, listen here, Vince. Listen here, Vincent. St. James is a whole mess. I say he travels with an umbrella. He shaded me too. No,
Well,
trust me, and I'm over here.
that's what I'm
Everybody
saying.
gets a little shade every
It,
now and
it's
then.
a
Yeah.
part. And I told my private community this. It's par for the course. So
Mhm.
him, like, let's be honest, him getting on his platform talking about me whenever he do is not gonna make my spine shiver. Like
Yeah.
I didn't even know he said something to somebody that came in my comments because I don't like him. I don't follow him. So so
Well,
if he's
he's
saying
talking
something,
about, just so you know, he's talking about another content creator.
Okay, yeah, that we don't
Uh,
mention.
no, yeah,
Okay.
we don't mention, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna just put it to you this way, Vincent.
mhm.
You everybody who gets shade thrown at them from the St. James area understands that I don't think it comes with malice. I try to tell
Mhm.
everybody I don't think he's being mean. Now he's definitely being shady, but he's definitely I don't think he's being mean. He's not being
Sat-
malicious.
I sat over there with Conscious and Larry. I mean, I can throw shade and talk to you. I
Yeah.
don't believe I can. I mean, there's people that I
Well, it's easy to be surrounded by shit when you have an umbrella.
Oh
I'm
Jesus.
just saying. I'm
Oh,
just saying.
when I got
there
a
it goes.
litter box.
Well, it was the producer because let me tell you something about Vincent Hill. I can hold a good grudge. I can hold a nasty grudge. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
work on to love in my life right now. It was the producer said to me, "No, no, no, he's not like that. That's not his heart. That's not."
Listen to the prophet.
I mean, it gives, but I mean, but the point is, you can't. What I learned in February, true story, and I don't talk about this at all, but we all content creators. Let me say this: what I learned in February is I don't care how truthful you are. I don't care how many receipts you have. People are going to talk about you.
Yep.
So ain't no need of me being like, oh, well, he better not say nothing. How?
Yeah.
He's going to say something on the virtue of analytics, getting everybody stirred up.
Yeah.
It works, the numbers.
Yeah.
Clearly, he's on team, whoever team he's on.
Mhm.
So let him have it. Let him have it. I mean, I was pretty bad today. I was a pure sinner today, St. James.
I'm gonna send you a
Was
text,
this
St.
in
James,
your
so you know
public
who
or
you're talking
private?
about.
You said
Was
what
this
happened? No, this was public.
Oh, okay. Then I have to go check it out.
Timestamp 4751. Anyway, so
Oh,
that's
somebody
a
put that in the 4751.
Now you remember the timestamp, boy? You old slide devil, boy. I tell you.
No, because my niece was like, Uncle Vincent, it ain't that bad, because she went back and looked at it. I just don't. I really, all joking aside,
Ray said, "Be right back."
all joking aside, I really do not want that on my platform. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I broke my own rules.
And it's hard sometimes because everyone's human and you want to just kind of vocalize and get that out. Because sometimes, gas gotta come out sometime.
Yeah.
St. James, check the private chat. I'll put it in the private chat for you. I know I didn't spell that right, but that's who I'm talking. That's who he's talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was nasty. It was horrible, in my opinion. He gonna be drugged out into the. Listen, you gonna be drugged into the middle of the YouTube streets, and he gonna open up a can of whip right ass on you. You just get ready.
But what are you gonna say? Oh, he's a this and he's a that.
But it wasn't what you said though, Vincent. It was how you said it.
I didn't know it was that one.
Yeah. And let me tell you what it is, St. James. You know what it is? Because this is the second time that he because back in the day when things were hot, that producer was grabbing clips because we keeps receipts. So he showed me a clip of him going off, and we were like, he clearly was not listening to anything I was saying.
We're not talking about him, Josiah. Josiah, you got it wrong. Before you go in on Jives, we ain't talking about him, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't need no crash outs. No,
yeah, we're not.
No crash outs are epic. Ain't nobody got time for
a lot about Jives in the chat. We ain't talking about him.
The blood of the real Jesus Christ. So then someone came over saying, well, did you hear about him going off on you? And I'm like, no. He was like, well, he said that you should have had Larry blocked. And I think that's where I got irritated, because anybody that's been paying attention would know that was that was almost a 2-year-old text message.
Right.
So he was, according to the person who came in my chat, he was
they were talking about the Tasha K screenshot.
Yeah. And so he was like, I guess he was letting me have it because I was letting Larry have access to me. And that was the whole part of my video, saying, I ain't got nothing to do with this. So I'm like, I'll never mind. I ain't gonna tell you what I said. But my point was,
tell us what you said, unless you want him to go listen to what you said.
Well,
they gonna listen anyway, whether you tell it now or later.
I basically said this. He got too much semen in his brain to be able to hear. Once he get that penis out of his ear.
How did it get there, Lord?
How did it get there, Lord? And my point was, when you already got your mind made up on somebody,
yeah, it's made up. Yeah,
you don't care, because if that lady was telling the truth, nothing about that was factual.
Right.
So there's that. Nothing about that was factual. So there's that. But I mean, go ahead. I did it. So go ahead. Have at it, I guess. I mean, what you gonna say? I was Larry's.
Don't you worry about it. What he gonna say? He gonna give you plenty to remember what he said. Don't worry about that.
Matt Church disease. The issue with that is, unless he emails me the link,
you're not gonna see it.
I ain't gonna see it in here anyway.
I know.
It's like, girl, chill out.
But these content creators don't understand that. They really do believe that we be literally going and watching all these people. They really think that way. They really do.
Yeah, sister,
Yeah,
chill.
you know what? I don't. I just have to. I'll dip in, and if I'm like, okay, yeah, as I predicted, and I'm out.
But you have an anointing on your life, St. James. The Lord has oiled you down. I don't think it's the P. Diddy baby oil that he done
No,
gave
no, I
you.
ain't got none of that.
Listen here, sir. He has anointed you because you are bobbing and weaving in some circles. I be just shaking my head. Like, how does he even do that? Like, I don't possess that skill. I just don't. I'm
Because
not that
to
Well,
mature
wear
yet, I
like a
guess.
loose garment, I
so
really do. I just can't get that connected. I respect you guys. You guys do this for a living, so you have to bob and weave a little bit differently than I do. Not and that's a you can actually get it done for a living. I don't want to do it and I ain't interested. So I kind of wear it very loosely. That's why I don't have a problem. I can sit on a platform with anybody. Now, I don't know why people get upset with that because long enough I'm not disrespecting you or doing something. It shouldn't matter what platform I'm on. And I'm going to be St. James at whatever platform I own. When I was with Conscious, and people in there was wearing me thin. Oh, he ain't like that now. Talk big now. Then, there was some nasty work women in that chat, boy. They was nasty.
I think the difference I could probably do that. Well, I'm not really that networky,
Yeah.
but I could do that as well if the story was different. Conscious TV is aligned with someone that I will never ever touch again. And
Gotcha.
I ain't talking. And Conscious TV positioned himself in a way to try to take me out. So
Yeah, you have.
I'm,
Yeah, there's certain.
I
It's
have
like
like
even with Daryl. I wouldn't expect Daryl to get on a platform, but go ahead.
yeah, I have like real enemies out here. Like these people really, really
Mm-hmm.
want me to stop breathing. And
Mm-hmm.
watch this.
That's right. God is good, boy.
Mm.
Based on Youngbloods, I think I'm gonna sue St. James. I swear, I think he winked at me.
He winked at that.
You know what? I think he winked at me too.
Y'all get in line. Get in line. But yeah, yeah, and I just kind of think of it different now. There's certain people that I don't have any dealings with. I just don't have any dealings with, and that's just my choice. But
Mhm.
there's others that listen. I don't have nothing against you. I mean, I said some things that that wasn't too favorable about Vincent and other people. But it doesn't mean that I don't like them or I don't want to, I'm trying not to be associated. It's just an opinion. And my opinion is my opinion. That don't even make it facts.
Right.
'Cause it ain't facts, child. It's just as wrong as
You
two
can be
left hooks.
wrong. There's two, as
Just
they
as
say,
wrong as
left
the
shoe.
Youngblood brothers. I mean, just right.
Lord Jesus, my God from
you know but it still leaves the door open for people to have their thoughts and opinion, and I can't deal with people who takes this stuff so serious. I
Well,
can't deal
here's
with
the thing, and I don't know how you feel about that. Like, but what Vincent just said, when people are trying to take you out and
it.
they're
That's
trying to,
different.
it's a
Yeah,
totally different situation
yeah,
because
that's
there are
different.
some people on these YouTube streets that are just flat out disgusting, just
Yes, yeah,
disgusting, and so
they
it is what it is. But
are.
I'll just simply tell you, I don't think young blood, and I don't believe that whole consortium over there is going to be, and I say it like this, I don't think their wonder powers are ever going to activate
Hmm.
because they're just not able to come together as a collective to make very good choices,
Mm.
because the choice of him going live on that platform today as an attorney was also crazy.
That was wild to
Right.
me.
And the documents that we have seen that was submitted here is crazy. And so
Mhm.
I'm just not, and the judge, I think the judge kind of gave you an indication of where he's thinking, because he just told TD Jakes' attorneys, y'all can submit way past the pages limit that you need at this point. He's giving you extra pages that you're supposed to submit. He said, and after that, I'm giving Youngblood to you have to this date to respond, and you are limited to the amount of pages that you can respond once they put out their legal paperwork. So it is not going to be this whole story time mess. But
Mm-mm.
y'all
Mm-mm.
mark my words. Y'all ready? Here comes another thing I'm gonna give you again. Guess what?
All in.
It's
Mhm.
gonna be story time all over again for Dwayne Youngblood. It's gonna be story time all over again because he ain't got nothing but a story.
Yeah.
So do y'all think that he really believes that he do you think he really believes that his S don't stink? Like what's going on here? Like what do y'all think is really going on behind the scenes?
Mm.
As in who? Who you talking about? Dwayne?
For young blood, because the reality is if like let's take out whether we like these guys or not,
Mhm.
young blood has to have either really great representation or some hard solid proof.
Where is
And
the
I don't
proof,
think he has
Vincent? Where's the
he has
proof?
neither. At this point, I think he has neither. I don't think he has strong representation, and there has been no proof. And he has told us everything. He went on to say that we were going to get affidavits from other people who had the similar or worst stories. And that's even Larry said that. He's going to have affidavits that have worse stories than Youngblood, worse stories than Eddie Long. And we
but
did not get not one of those affidavits today.
wow.
Not
So
one.
then
And then Blackburn gets on Larry and says he's doing this pro bono.
what?
Pro bono.
Why? Oh, I know why.
Because he may be implicated as a
Right.
co-conspirator. That's my opinion.
But see, because now that's what now somebody put me on game to that. Blackburn wasn't his name wasn't even in this. What's the name didn't have representation, nothing. Then he found representation and Blackburn wasn't in it. Then all of a sudden, Blackburn is in it again. And they said Blackburn is trying to get it so he can hide behind attorney client privilege.
That's a possibility as
Yeah,
well.
and that's a possibility. But he always had Blackburn,
Yeah.
Vincent. Don't get it twisted. Blackburn has been there from the beginning. He was the one who sent the damn email and the request for the $6 million. So
Oh
Yeah.
no,
he's always been there.
yeah, but I'm talking about like app, but that was before the actual defamation suit. Once the defamation suit hit, we didn't hear from Blackburn again until after he did that whole response and asked for more time and everything.
Mhm.
And then he came the very next day, he came up with two lawyers, but that had nothing to do with Blackburn. And then
But the lawyers, you got to remember, they're only like sponsored for Blackburn to do the work in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
They don't really have much to do with this case.
this is wow. So
They're just he has to have a sponsored attorney in Pennsylvania because he's not licensed in Pennsylvania. So they're pretty much a sponsor. They're not. They're not working on his case. That's
gotcha. So
Blackburn working
he
on
had to
his case.
submit them
Grace,
first at
Ray has a
Blackburn.
good point here. He said, "Here's his saving grace." Youngblood never said he was providing all of that. Larry Reed said that to the world. That's true. We never heard Youngblood say he was coming out to provide affidavits or anything. This and Ray did have to bring me back home. Yes, Youngblood didn't say that. Larry said he would have that
Well,
information.
Larry always saying everything. I said drugged and raped. Larry's always saying everything. And then he coming back and then everybody's supposed to pretend like the folks didn't say what they said. But in my opinion, Vincent, Youngblood has the Silver Spoons attorney. This is like a Ricky Ricardo,
Yeah,
a Sunday morning kind of, sitcom attorney.
yeah.
And this young man is most certainly reaching. At the end of this, I'm just waiting for somebody's, to start singing, some crazy songs. That's all I got to say.
I'm about to get lost in the rabbit hole because I don't know if y'all know, I really ain't really got into this
Hmm. Hmm.
because I had a lot going on. But I didn't know. That's why I wanted one of y'all to come on to the show. I didn't know this was pro bono.
Yeah. That
So
he said it today.
if it's pro, can somebody tell me this is crazy.
But Vincent, it's really not pro bono. This is my opinion. I'm gonna say what my opinion is. This, in my opinion, was a conspiracy from the beginning. This $6 million was supposed to be divided up amongst several people. And I do believe, in my opinion, that one of those individuals is going to be Blackburn. Blackburn's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart. When do you know attorneys to work cases out of the kindness of their heart?
Especially Blackburn.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. All of us know that.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Making
see,
your way through the world takes everything you got. I'm just saying.
And see, and again, the anti-slap, it does speak to attorneys' fees. That's one of the main things of an anti-slap
How you
is
gonna get a fee for free?
for free. And you came on his program today and said you are doing this for free. You don't have all of a sudden you're going to come up with some expensive. You've already said on a platform again, on the same platform. Y'all love running your mouth over there. But if you're running your mouth over there, it's getting y'all on some deep shit. It really is. So now you're going to come back after you said you're doing it for free. And then now you're going to create some attorney's fees so you can do the anti-slap. It just don't make no sense to
Well,
me.
Blackburn has an afro, so he might need some, some afro shaving. He's got to come up with some ways to get this money.
Yeah, famous attorneys haven't even. Nobody is going to touch this. The only reason he has to touch it is because of his may being implicated in this conspiracy theory. Ray says, I asked Pam the exact same question early on. She said this wasn't a case that any lawyer would take to make a name for themselves. The world doesn't care that much. Okay.
But why would making a name for yourself in regards to this case from an unknown attorney, an unknown preacher from Philadelphia, the only way that your name would have some kind of way been moved up through the world would be attaching it to TD Jakes, but you're attaching it to a most beloved preacher in America. So this is not going to help your reputation in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So attaching your name to make your name great by suing one of America's foremost preachers has got to be the stupidest move on the planet.
Yeah.
I sometimes people sometimes they do dumb stuff so good it make me think maybe I'm just looking at it dumb because the way they going about is making me question myself because this is all just seems dumb to me. Like,
Yeah.
first of all, I said this on my platform. If we go to the beginning, this entire suit was based on the $6 million shakedown. Okay.
Yeah. That we're forgetting about. That's why I have it on my thing. Did we forget? Anybody talking about the 6 million?
No.
And according to what I remember, Larry sort of suggested that, and I think what he said that Youngblood said that he didn't know what was asked for.
Right.
That Blackburn just asked for it outside.
And I don't believe that though.
Nobody knew. And my thing is, why would I allow? And maybe y'all educate me on this. But if I didn't ask, if I didn't tell my lawyer to ask for that money, then I'm saying you need to tell them.
Right.
I wouldn't ask for no money. Suit drop, life goes on.
That's what I said, Vincent.
Right.
I said that 2-3 videos ago.
So that in itself, and then when you think about Larry Reed saying, I only saw the top of it, but so did you get it from Blackburn or did you get it from Youngblood? That's question
I was trying to get into that on conscious. I was asking him about that. I said, you said you only see the top. I want to see how much of this letter did you see?
Yeah, he was too busy trying to tell you he knew for a fact that TD Jakes was paying people off. He knew for a fact that TD Jakes was paying folks off.
But the problem with that was when he came up on Pam's platform, Pam said, well, did you see the money? Well, no, they just said. Well, one of Bishop Jakes' closest people called me. She said, well, how do you know? Well, he be on the TV. And she was like, well, how do you know? And that's when he had to admit, and it's still up there, when it first came out, he had to admit he don't have no real, all of this stuff about Jakes being paid off, he don't have no real proof. They said they got paid off, but he ain't seen no money exchange. He ain't seen nothing. He just out here just flapping gums.
Maybe he can get on the yellow brick road with that other content creator who looks like he's trying to get to go see the wizard, and they can get to go figure this out. Because I'm trying to tell you, Vincent, anybody who has half a brain who is looking at this, you're either confused or you know for a fact that this is some bull job. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Concentrate on the yellow brick road.
Well, all I know is he was there in a thong with a peach cobbler.
I'm going to get a peach cobbler.
That's what they said about TD Jakes. That
Right.
your boy
Oh.
over there, when you unstole all his files, he said he was
Mhm.
over there with a
Ow.
in a thong and a
Oh,
peach
William McCrae.
cobbler.
Vincent
Jerome Fryson
Pereira.
said lawyers are not permitted to demand dollar amounts not approved by their clients. This would be a violation of attorney ethical duties. And is he trying to give him another ethical issue? You know, he already got issues in New York.
Right.
So by him coming out saying, well, again, he didn't come out and say it. Larry said he said it.
Larry
Oh,
said.
Larry always. That's their way out. I'm
That's
trying to
the
tell
thing
you.
about it. Larry said he said
That's
it.
their way out every time,
Yeah.
you guys. Larry
Yeah.
do the talking, and then he'll say, I said it. The other person didn't say it. And that way they sort of mix in the waters. He always doing that. It's his motive. I watch him I just watch how he works.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But Lord, have your way. Whatever that way is, child. I'm just trying to watch my mouth and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, you better get into your love vault. You're gonna need it for the next couple of
No,
days.
I really am going to start walking in love. I promise to God.
How did you get? I guess because Tasha K was involved. That's why the guy picked it up.
Listen here, people was calling me, asking me all kind of questions. Listen, Vincent, that thing done gone viral again. Let me tell you what happened. My cousin, who works for the Salvation Army, she works in the corporate of Salvation Army. When my cousin called me to ask me about a Tasha K thingy, I was like, what? And I had to literally go and tell her, I said, oh my God, this thing really did get some legs. She got some straight up traction on this thing.
So I don't want to get off topic, but I really, y'all would know more than I would. Why did Tasha do that?
I believe Tasha did it to connect with Larry's name again because it was trending with this TD Jakes stuff.
Money.
And to get clicks and views and pull people over there to her online, Tasha K online. I that's just the bottom line, because even when people were asking her in the chat, well, this doesn't say admit it, that that text message doesn't say he admitted anything. She was like, well, he was talking to one of the accused, go over there to my thing. So she was leading them over there. So that's the reason.
That's why I did my video. Now, is it smart? Yes. I don't play with that kind of deception. And for the record, let me say this, y'all. I swear to God, I don't know how that lady got that screenshot.
They said you sent it to him, Vincent.
Yes, that's the crazy. That's the crazy part. Like for them to assume that I would send. Why would I send a screenshot to Tasha? I need the numbers. She don't. I need to use it for myself. Like why would I send it? What did I did?
I think she screenshot that from one of your lives, though.
Did you ever present that on one of your lives?
The problem is I go live too much.
You can't go back and figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah. But what I wanted to do was make sure people understood that I'm not in cahoots with Tasha K.
Right.
Because I don't like all that kind of extra carrying on. I really don't. And I didn't like it that. And then when I saw the interview that Conscious TV did with Larry said, well, I know where he got it from. I'm like,
yeah.
Bitch,
it alluded to you.
You don't know nothing. You hardly know you. So I wanted to make sure, because y'all know me. If I got a rock, I'm going to put that rock in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I'm about to throw this rock. And I'm going to try my best to hit you with it. I'm not playing that behind the scene game. So
I got a question for you.
What up?
I got a question. So if Larry and Tasha K go to court, will they have to use the same Olga? Will she have to defend both of them?
He said he's not going to sue. He said all these attorneys are calling him that are concerned about him and wanting to take the case to sue Tasha K, but he's not going to sue her. And then he was over there talking really weird. I don't know,
And
Larry.
I know why it's
Weird
not,
to
but
me.
the only reason why I asked the question, I'm being a little shady here, because if they use the same attorney, according to Tasha K, Olga spent all the time in the cafeteria eating hamburgers.
I
So
know.
I don't think that's I think that's part of the problem why she lost her last case with
Mm.
the Cardi B. She was eating
Mm.
hamburgers. So
They
I
can
don't know
pay her
what's
in
gonna happen.
footlongs. They can pay her in $5 footlongs. Hold on. Lovey Billup says, Vincent, I thought you didn't.
Love these bitches trying to get y'all attention and y'all giving it to
Yes.
them.
No. I'm look, listen here. I type in the chat to give, I saw that, St. James. I got you.
I thought you didn't
I've
watch.
got you.
Well, Lovey, clearly you ain't been paying attention. I've been watching it. I've been stopped my break for not watching it. As soon as this Jake's thing went down, I've been watching everybody. You, St. James, you, Marcellus, the enemy, everybody getting watched.
Oh, I
So
can't watch everybody. I ain't even gonna lie about that.
Yeah,
yeah.
you're right, Ray. No, I think he said he sent it to about 9 people. He said he had sent that text to about 8 or 9 people, I believe Larry said.
But
So
the
I don't
problem,
know why they say you sent it
no,
to
but
them.
that was my text message though.
It was your
Because we got surrounding conversation.
okay, gotcha. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that makes sense. That makes
yeah.
sense. Okay.
I mean, not that I'm trying to get some clout off of it. I'm just saying factually, I know it was mine. But
Well,
Yeah.
maybe Larry could have sent it to one of those masseuses by mistake. He could have, hit the wrong button and sent it to somebody. It's a possibility. I'm just
Speaking
saying.
of masseuses, what do y'all think about Lester coming back talking about he gonna sue Larry? Oh, he's really at it too. He's every day. He is really at it. He's saying he's using manipulated, abused by his wife, Latrice, I guess, and then trafficked into marriage. So he's using some very interesting words. So, do you think that the money ran out from when he retracted his story?
I think Lester's not well. All
Okay.
jokes aside, and I'll say this: I never really read that original letter he put out because I got pissed
Hmm.
off when I heard about it.
Yeah.
I don't know, y'all, and sometimes I get fooled because I'm a little blind, but it sounded sincere. Like
Mm-hmm.
he was just trying to work through some stuff. It didn't sound like I got paid off. It sounded like I'm out here in some mess. And when you think culturally, he's from the Trinidad.
Okay.
Hearing that he's a boy toy from the Trinidad, that's like he's
That's
making a fool out of himself.
that's
So
major in there.
yeah, that's major. So that's what I read out of it. Like I made a mess of my life. I need to back up. Larry would have been dumb to make some kind of financial arrangement with him and not be binding, like gag, don't
Hmm.
say nothing, NDA. So if Larry just shot him some money and then it ran out, that's Larry being dumb because why would you do that? That's the reason why I feel like, and I could be wrong on this. I could be wrong. That's the reason I feel like that Manasseh didn't get paid because those videos are still up. Like,
Right.
why would Jakes hush Manasseh up and leave the videos up?
And say you can leave the videos up. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Christian Key's videos, didn't they go away
correct. And Christian went away too, and he could
to
stay.
Aspen with the boys?
Yeah.
That's
So
what he said.
I think Lester, I feel sorry for Lester. If Lester needed my help with something, I would help him. But I'm jaded about the whole thing, and I feel sorry for him because I feel like he's not well. And sincerely, not picking, I'm being sincere and honest.
Well, Vincent.
Oh,
Mhm.
oh Lord.
Okay, now let's back this train up. I think that I think that Lester and Gigi should have went to the Vincent Terrell Hill School of how to do an expose. Let's start there. The way that they're doing this rollout, they lose credibility, Vincent.
Correct.
The man first came out and told his story. He went on the woman's platform. He told what he told. Nobody asked him to say what he say. Then after Larry gave him some money, in my opinion, I'm just speculating. I don't know
Mhm.
that for a fact.
Mhm.
The man retracted his story. Okay. So then he tells the story, he retracts the story. He goes away, he says he's going to do all of this kind of stuff. Then he comes back a couple of months later. Now he's been all traumatized and he's been sex trafficked and sold
Mhm.
into slavery and all
Mhm.
of this kind of
And they
stuff.
stole it, and he's really on this. They stole his passport. He's really on that.
Now,
Well,
but I pay attention so much. I remember when they had Lester over there talking about he was a cook, and he was calling Bishop Lamar Whitehead, talking about him and Lamar Whitehead they were trying to send him over there to Bishop Lamar Whitehead. Now I know some of y'all may not even remember that
I
part.
remember that. I
That was
remember
a
that.
crazy story.
Yeah.
This is the thing, Vincent. I cannot feel sorry for a person who comes out, tells the truth, retracts the truth, and then you come back with this story
Yeah,
that
his
you want.
credibility is shot.
Your
It's hard for
credibility,
us to
yeah.
figure out which way to go. Dree Park.
Now you paying
Hold
attention
on.
to
Let
the
me give
chat.
him my handles. Could you let Jakes know $ the St. James Show or $ St. James Show and Zelle and PayPal? I can be reached at the St. James Show at att.net.
Listen,
All
St.
right.
James, people used to be like, did you get paid by Jakes? I wish.
Listen.
Hell. I wish.
See, it's people, but people like Dre Park don't want you to look at things as they're being presented.
Yeah, objectively. We're trying
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
objective.
And if you're not agreeing with either side, then you're biased at one side. No, I'm looking at things as they're being presented to me, and I'm going to have my opinion accordingly. But listen, if Jake's Camp want to throw me some coins, I'm not going to turn them down. But and if they lose, I'm gonna talk about them. The money
No,
gonna be
that's
spent.
right. Ooh,
Money
I'm
gonna
a
be
show
spent.
talk
So.
about it.
Now, V. Terrell Hill in February wouldn't have took that money. V. Terrell Hill in January 2025. Listen, I'm snatching every penny.
It's a
Snatching every
different day.
penny. So I remember talking to Lester, and he was like, I got this proof and I got that. And I was like, well, let me see. I never saw it. And I said to him, I said, listen, your time is about to be up. I said, you've already been on. He was about to go on Tasha K. I said, if you don't drop this proof right after Tasha K, life is going to go on. And if you look at the Gigi thing, this whole story has been taken over by the Juju man now.
It has.
Now Gigi is like a secondary story now, because everybody trying to figure out who the Juju from the bush.
Yeah.
So you gotta tell it while it's hot. Nobody cares. Like for example, if Lester dropped some videos about Larry, Jesus Christ. I don't know. That would be sort of, I don't know. That'll stir. But if he don't have no real receipts, the story's dead.
Unless Larry is in a thong holding on to a peach cobbler, I'm here to tell you, not very many people are going to be interested in this.
I think how he's trying to frame it on the internet, he's posting his psychiatric stuff, just like Youngblood did. He's posting that. He is really on this kick of he's back on the marriage. He's saying now he was trafficked into the marriage. Not
technically he was, though.
Yeah,
we're gonna be if we're gonna tell the whole truth, technically he was, but
because the thing is, and the crazy part is the fool told me, but literally the question was, do you want to stay in America? Yes. Then marry Latrice. I'll arrange it. He was the boy toy. That there's some like this. The crazy part about it is, if he got the right representation, he could be on to something.
And see, that's what I'm afraid of as well. If he got the right representation, because there's the proof. Daryl went over there and got the license.
He sure did. So you got Larry's
it's not much.
and the license.
It's not much.
Yeah.
And he's on this trend. I was a football player, soccer player, blah blah blah. This, and he's just, my time in Atlanta was hell, and he is really beating that dead horse. So I think you're right. If he got right representation, this would be a problem for Larry.
Yeah, because it's all there. It's all there. And then misappropriation of finances. Like, it could really be a whole trafficking thing, because he moved him from Florida to Atlanta.
You
give him a house, you give him a car. You already had a cook. Why would you hire a second cook in the same city?
A cook and a cake baker.
Right. And which has been told all over social media.
Correct. Now the cakes, well, never mind.
Move it along. See, he tried to make you get it.
How are you a cake baker and you sell 2 cakes a year? You might as well just run a building fund and slice them up and put them in sandwich bags and sell it for $2.
That's weird.
They going to Dubai. They're gonna be selling cakes.
I thought he shipped them all over the country.
Yeah, he ships them around.
I was being facetious, but the thing is, it's not a real profiting actual business.
Right.
And now let me tell you this. I'm about to gossip. Lord forgive it. Y'all, you know what? I don't know why I tried to live saved today, because I've found every opportunity to be a sinner with y'all.
Listen, you've already messed up for today, so you may as well finish the day.
Let me just go ahead and use the rest of this grace up.
Right.
So somebody said to me, they said, cake don't taste the same. I said, oh, okay. You know what I mean? I don't really get into the things. They said, it came from Kentucky. I said, Kentucky? Well, who lives in Kentucky? Now, I don't know this. We're just talking loosely.
We're just talking.
Y'all remember Pastor Philip McFeeters?
Yes.
He lives in Kentucky and he bakes cakes too.
Shut your mouth and keep on talking.
So it seems as though, okay, now I'm gonna keep on talking. It seems as though that Marco ain't even making the cakes no more. That he's like, people are ordering the cakes through Marco, but the cakes are being shipped from Kentucky. Marco not in no Kentucky, unless something happens as I've been gone. Marco's in Atlanta and up Larry's ass. So he got dual citizenship, Larry's ass and in Atlanta. So if he ain't in one of them two,
not dual citizenship.
Lord have mercy.
So
Marco, who making them cakes?
That's right. So the point is,
where your son at? Go ahead.
Well, the son is with Conscious TV. And I know that because the son called me and told me.
Yeah,
that's not
we've
rumor.
known that for a long time. Yeah,
but that's a literal. The son called me and told me everything. The son is Conscious TV, and that, let me tell you this, that's malpractice as a father.
Now, St. James, you get your butt back up here.
That's malpractice as a father. It's either a big scheme that Todd set up because they wanted me to go run the story real quick and then say it's wrong, or it's really true. But he called me and said he was there. And let me tell you this. Let me say this. Marco lost the little bit of credibility. He ain't had a lot, because I don't play about Marco.
You were giving him props.
Just a teeny bit, but he's just as diabolical as Larry has been a different way. But as a father, to choose convenience, to choose a lie and deception over your son, you are the lowest of the lowest. And I can see if the son was staying with his grandmother, your mother, or with a cousin or auntie, but a Conscious TV. And if you don't know, what you don't know about Marco is super duper uber conservative in front, in eyesight, right? He don't like men with long wigs, and he's not into that kind of stuff. So if you guys knew Marco like I knew him, Marco should have been went and got his boy. There's nothing that Josh could have done in the world that justifies Josh being with Conscious TV. Now, according to Josh, the reason why he's with Conscious TV, because after that video drop, he was raising hell. And I guess they got tired of him.
Yeah, because he was
after what video dropped?
The February video, because you got to think, Marco did Josh, like Marco loved Josh on one hand, but hated the gay in him. So imagine being up under this abusive father because you're gay, to find out your daddy and your daddy's friend is gay.
Yeah, because that's what Josh said. Josh, because around here we've had some phone calls.
Marcellus,
Yes, sir.
he's on a roll.
Well, no, okay,
Yo,
no, no, no,
you
no, but
Mexican, you.
no,
You.
but we've had this conversation before. I'm sorry, I know you all haven't. Go ahead, son.
Let me. So the reality is that I remember Josh said to me, "Oh Lord, oh Lord Jesus." Now let me tell you, your Lady Dimples is my friend Drew.
Oh, okay. Is that what's going on
So
here?
let me be clear, okay? Friend Drew, find you some business.
Thank you for your 4.99 and putting the color on it today.
Find you some business, friend Drew. But the point is that Josh said to me, Josh was when that whole Mexico trip was a farce.
Mm-hmm.
They were because right after
When Larry was taking the pictures in his drawers, that one?
yeah, because
Okay.
what happened was he put it out there like he was spending time with his kids.
Right.
All of them went to Mexico, and by the time, according to Josh, by the time they were flying back, Larry was like being mean and all this kind of stuff, and Josh was talking about he wanted to fight Larry, all based on the fact that Josh went through hell because of his sexuality when his dad and his papa was doing the same thing. And the next thing you know, Josh kicked out the house.
Mm.
And that's why I say that Mako fell, because essentially it appears as though Mako chose Larry over his blood son.
Appears.
I'm trying to do better, Marcel. Y'all let me live. Jesus Christ now.
Now I've heard this, and somebody I think dropped that when I was on Conscious. Like maybe I don't think I was on the panel. I think I was just in the chat, and I think somebody dropped that, but it wasn't expounded. It was just glossed over, and we went on.
I was told we weren't even supposed to say nothing about this. That's why I'm shocked. You go on, Vincent.
Oh, listen, let me tell you something about me and niggas. Don't like them. So hate them. So but my
Wow,
thing, but see, my
interesting.
thing is, let's just call a spade a spade. You're over there in Abu Dhabi, you're over there in Ghana and do all the things. You sell your cakes, all of y'all, but at the end of the day, you want to know uh, where judgment is? Where are the kids?
Mm.
Have the kids done anything meaningful? Y'all got all this money. You have the opportunity to put them in the best schools, to get the best education.
But you're taking it to Dubai and investing.
Correct. Correct. And come on, let's be honest. Larry has been very open about the family experience. What positive family experience have they provided for those kids?
Mm.
So that's why I don't care nothing about no. And as I was doing my spirituality thing, listen to the podcast today before y'all ruined it. I
What
yeah,
me?
I'm joking, but I'm so serious. Like, how did
Yeah.
this happen to me? But they were saying like, okay, fine, a person has money, but are they successful? And how
Right.
can you be
Right.
successful when you've lost your kids? You've lost the whole plot.
I would be torn to pieces if I didn't have the kind of relationship that I have with my daughter.
Well, there's a question in the chat that I'd like to highlight.
Which one?
Ariel Brown says, "What about his mama,
Which mama?
Josh's mama?"
What about Latrice?
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't. But see, but see, here's the reality, and I'm hard on Shamako, but here's the reality: Latrice could have figured out a way to move out and go get her baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
But see, the thing is, the reason why I give Latrice a break was because Latrice was done wrong. Latrice
exactly.
Latrice is just as damaged as Josh is. So I don't really fool. Now, Lisa had a lot of grace with me, as she should, because of the part I played in this, until she went on she interviewed Larry being all
Mhm.
snarky. And I
No.
said, oh girl,
Yeah.
you ain't in your right mind if you up here being fresh when you've been made a fool out throughout the world. So, but Latrice has gone through a lot. Lisa has gone through a lot.
Do you
It,
think that Josh, did they know about the marriage that his mom had
He
did
knew.
last year?
Yes, he
well,
knew.
they share all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And for the record, let me tell y'all this: Josh and Exaria called me about 2 weeks after I dropped that video, and I told them, "Y'all mothers are victims. Be nice to them."
Mm,
I told Josh had ran away. I told Josh, go back home. You don't need to be out in the streets. So I he just didn't call me and I'm gossiping. That is a kid. I helped raise
yeah,
those kids.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
trying to make sure they were safe and good. And where is safe and good? In your mom and daddy house, not safe and good, trying to get you to escape.
Right.
So I gave both of them, and I got it recorded. If you know me, you know every
Mhm.
conversation I've had with any of those kids is on tape.
Mm,
Um,
mm-mm-mm.
so let me be clear. Because Josh had ran away, he was in the library just feeling his thumb. I said, Josh, go back home, man. Go back home, bro. And at the time, according to Josh and Xari, the parents didn't even know the boy had ran away.
Mm,
So
wow.
yeah, but the mothers are victims. So I don't really think about Latrice like that. She don't have the faculty to do anything.
How long do we allow them, afford them that title, though?
What,
Victim
parents or
The
victim?
of
victim,
the
to be
oh,
victims.
Mm.
always. And
Okay.
I say that because I have the faculties now to know that I played both sides. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. This ain't an easy journey. What we were in is deeper and darker. And I think that's why I did not like, in all seriousness, uh, the kind of both sides, St. James, but I know you don't understand. I can't, you're not in my
You know,
position.
it's getting a little clear.
Yeah, it's deeper, it's darker, it's diabolical. It took me years. So people are like, well, why didn't he say nothing? It takes years disconnected from it to get clarity. I'll say this. It was the producer that had to put me on game. A whole year later, when we started going through that audio tape, I still was not clear. This man did not come by my house because we were friends. He came by my
Mhm.
house to shut me up. And the
Yeah,
producer said,
yeah.
so you thought you were friends? And it's like the covers came down off my eyes. That was 2024, January. So they're going to be victims for a while. They just play on both sides, but they are more victims than they are abusers.
Are the kids on NDAs, you think?
I have no idea. I have
I
no
Oh,
mean, if a child did sign an NDA, or I mean, they don't have proper legal representation, so it wouldn't stand up in court anyway.
idea.
But I would simply tell you this, Vincent, and I want to go back to this because Josh is now what, 18, 19? How is he now?
He's 18 something years old. Yeah.
He's
yeah.
18. Now here's the thing. And I don't want to miss this up, and I don't want to miss this because I want people to understand this dynamic. He is now living with Conscious TV. Now, y'all need to think about that when you think about people hollering about, oh, people are distancing themselves from each other and they don't really have very much to do with one another. Just think about who's living in his home and how those dynamics can play out in the future and even yet today. So
It's not wise.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
going to
just
go
say
into
this.
it. I'm just going to hush.
Let me say it. And let me say it because it's frustrating. This
Mm.
They are literally selling out a young soul for the sake of secrecy and deception. And Joshua Bryant has absolutely, positively no business being. Conscious TV is a gay man. Joshua Bryant is an impressionable gay young boy. They have no business. Josh has no business being with Conscious TV. And I'm not accusing Conscious TV of something, but that's not wise.
Hmm.
He's
Well,
impressionable.
Well, you don't have to accuse him of anything. I can just tell you, based upon what our past experience was, getting one of his former lovers away from him, and what his former lover told us that was going on in that home. I am not under the impression that that is a house that a young man of his stature should be in. I'm not gonna say anything other than that. But we know some stuff,
See,
and I'll just leave it at that.
see,
Well,
I don't know.
this is actually, because I kind of, like I said, when I read a chat or whoever said it, I thought it was just a lie. I just thought it was just a lie.
I don't trust none of them, but we did a little research. It seems if 75% of me says it's true, but I didn't even trust when Xari and Josh called me. That's why I recorded it. So
Right, right, right,
because it
right,
made me,
right.
we sort of thought, me and the producer thought, because they all know those kids got a soft spot in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
So we was being careful. Let me slow down. We were being careful because we didn't know if they were putting the kids up to it to try to get me to talk, like exploit the kids to get back at Larry, which would make me look like a fool. That's dumb because if I really loved them, I wouldn't exploit them.
Absolutely.
So, but I've been around, I've seen a lot. They're sacrificing their son. And one of the problems that Josh always had with his dad was that his dad always chose Larry. Let me just pull the scales back, all right?
Yeah, because I'm about to
Let's,
get
let's,
on you in a second here. So I'm
let's,
glad you're going to go where you're
Let
about to
them
go.
cook. Let them
let's
cook,
pull the
as they
scales
say.
back. According to what I was told, Josh was sexually abused and by another male child in the church. I found out about it when it was all done. And I never forget, I was in their basement and I was like, well, what did y'all do? What did y'all do about this? And I'm saying sexually abused, I'm talking about penetrated.
Mm.
And Shamako's response was, well, Larry told me just to let it go.
Oh my goodness! Say it ain't so, Vincent.
No, and I want to make sure that this ain't me. This is me being serious, not trying to
Mm.
gossip and that. So I carry. So when people's like, "Why did you do all of the exposing and call all these people out?" Because it's not just Larry. The fallout is throughout everybody.
It's the network.
It's the entire network and everything that touches. As soon as you touch that network, your soul go dark.
Mm.
This is not just, well, Vincent just a scorn lover and was still healing. That ain't got nothing to do with that. This is
Were you
pure.
in love with Larry?
Tell the truth and shame the devil.
Okay, who are you talking to? When have I never not told the truth? What
I
are you
know
talking
you
about?
have. No.
But the thing is, this is my story, so I have to like breathe and
I know.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah,
pause.
yeah.
Because it's trauma. I know.
Unfortunately, I loved Larry deeply, and I thought it was beyond like lover. I really thought there was a covenant between us. Not a covenant like marriage, but we were in the trenches, poor, making magic happen, cheating a little bit, but making magic happen.
Mhm.
And I really felt that God had called me to him. And for the first time that I knew it wasn't true, again, was January 2024.
Mhm,
So when
mhm.
y'all heard from me in February 2020, I was still processing. And that's why I'm so hard on EJ and Gigi, because I know when you first come out, you still going through it. You don't stop going through it till well after you do the exposure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all
Mm.
got me up here talking for
But I
real.
just want to let me just tell you something, Vincent. And I'm going to say something, and you tell me if I'm going too far with this, and
Mhm,
I'll hush my mouth.
mhm,
But when it comes to Josh and Shamako, I have a follower over on my side of things where I have to talk to him consistently because he brings this up to me constantly.
mhm,
And I have to say to him, that's the young man's father, and it's we just have to pray. There's nothing we can do. Now
mhm,
you said it very nicely, but I'm going to say it in a different way. Shamako has, in my opinion, has pretty much given up the way that it looks on the outside, Josh, for following Larry and to be next to Larry.
Yeah.
He has literally given his son over to this man, and because the week that stuff happened, and some of that stuff happened, he went on that little thing with Larry, down there at that little ceremony that Jordan had.
Mm.
You remember they had
Enthronement.
right,
Enthronement.
the enthronement service. And I was
Yeah.
like, if you're a father, now imagine yourself as a father, as a parent. Your child is being displaced and has all sorts of issues. And I talked to Josh on the phone. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a situation that I'm just like, okay, I don't speak on it because I don't feel like it's my place to speak on it. But I just say in this situation, Vincent, you know what it is. That man gave his son up just to follow Larry. Now, you may not say it that way, but he's choosing Larry over his own child. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, that's what Josh would say. That's why Josh is I don't know because I haven't spoken to him in a while. So angry with his father because his father has continually chosen Larry. Like, you're a father, right? And I ask you, what did you do about your son being sexually assaulted? And your answer is, Larry told me to leave it alone.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's not acceptable. And I remember because everybody else was looking at me like, calm down. But it was new news to me. It was new news to me. And I'm not even gonna tell you who did it because I don't feel led to go that deep into it.
Hmm.
But it was a family member of someone, and I'm not gonna tell you, so don't ask me, in the same circle. This wasn't somebody out, this was a family member, the child of someone in the same circle. This is an overlap of just debauchery, and it's crazy.
I'm so disturbed I had to get ice cream.
It looked good too. It looked good too. No, but it's crazy. It's heavy. I'm tired of it. Like, it's a lot, and people don't. And I know even some of the people. There's a 300 something plus people watching. I don't even know if y'all can truly discern how crazy it is.
Answer this question right there. Honestly speaking, what is it about Larry that makes people, men, women, and whoever, fall in love, lust, etc.?
And D Janelle, I'm not being sassy. Let me be real. That's the frustrating part about it. Because it's like people don't get it. This is demonic. This is spiritual manipulation, a overuse of authority. This is not like me and St. James worked together and we had a little fling. And I don't know what else I can say over this
It has
last
nothing
year.
to do with, we're not, people are trying to say looks and that. No, no, no. This is beyond that, he's
This
saying. It is
Yes,
something totally different.
and let me tell you how I know. Because when I stood up and said, I'm not doing this no more, I don't want to sleep with you anymore. Not only have I never touched him before, since then, I've never even wanted to. This is somebody that I had sex with for at least once a week for approximately 13, 14 years and could just stop like that and never want to go back.
It was broken right there.
So it's, yeah.
Where are
Are
the other kids safe?
I don't know. And I have to I am learning how to detach from it because that bothers me. Because those kids, yeah.
Well, I can just speak for this part. I'll just say, if you ever watch how Levante and some of the other individuals that were surrounding this talk to Vincent and deal with Vincent, you can tell that there is a mutual respect and love there. They care about Vincent in a way that, you can tell that there's a difference there. And I'll just leave it at that. They care about Vincent, and that when they talk to you and how they deal with you in a different vein, because they know that you genuinely cared about them and cared for them.
I and I did. And look, and like, you got like Mako's cousin, Angela. you got Lavontre, you got Josh, Zaria, and Zoe, and there's some others that some of these grown people now, they learn how to driving my car around in empty parking lots. 16, 17 years old. Like these waters run deep. These were like play young brothers, little brothers and sisters, like uncle nephew, uncle niece relationships. And
But do you think that's why Larry doesn't really come after you, because he really knows that you're authentically attached to them in a way that some of those other individuals were not attached to him? Do you understand what I mean, Vincent?
yeah, what happened?
No, that's St. James. He always do
That's
that.
me.
Go
I'm
ahead.
here.
Okay,
Keep
calm
talking.
down, sir. Eat your ice cream. Stop touching buttons while the people talking. I'm sorry. I think I needed that comedic
Let me
relief.
laughing at my little pre-production over here.
I mean, if you don't stop touching buttons,
Mr.
eat that ice cream, and listen to this
Production
good story. No, here is what I believe from my heart. Larry won't come after me because Larry knows he's not going to win. Larry's going to say, he has said, and I listened to him say this on Conscious TV, like, you don't sue people and you so and so and so and so and so. The reality is, Larry won't come after me. It don't have nothing to do with love. Because if
Right.
you loved me, you wouldn't have hurt me. It's just that you can't win. I am the gift that keeps on giving in a very negative way for Larry.
My God, you are.
If you think St. James said that I was going to have my 15 minutes and be up, Larry really wanted me to have my 15 minutes and be
Who
up.
said that?
Oh, nigga, if I could slap you, I would right now. So listen, if you think I'm gonna let that go, sir,
Who said
no.
that?
So I think, and
Go ahead.
Larry's bet was, to answer your question, Larry's bet was this. Larry's bet was that I fizzle out. Because he uses this thing like, oh well, he ain't in his right mind anyway. His bet was that his manipulation would work and I would fizzle out, crash out because of everything I lost. But he did not realize who he was dealing with. He thought he was dealing with the guy he was manipulating. So yeah, I ain't going nowhere. Now, am I tired of this? Yes. But let me tell y'all something. I don't know how deep y'all believe in the spiritual, but I had a 2-hour live in my private community last night. The same conversation. It's like but guess what? Look what time it's January, February time again.
Yeah.
It's time for him to stop
But
suffering
yeah.
for the things he has not done over this last year.
But I'm gonna say this about you and your live tonight, Vincent. One of the things that I admired about tonight's live with you was your transparency. Because when you started talking about some of those personal things in your life, I said, this is what people really need to hear and understand. They can make all sorts of assumptions about you and why you chose to do the things that you were doing, because
Right.
some people even were in this chat saying little smart, slick stuff. And I'm saying to myself, if you really listen to a person and understand the history of where they're coming from, then you can understand why they might have made some of the choices and decisions that they made,
Yeah.
and it's just a difference. And I want to answer one more question so that people can understand. You want to know how I get to talk to the people I get to talk to? Because I'm mad church disease and I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. I'm like Rick James, bitch.
Oh, Jesus, what happened?
Yo,
Whoa.
shit. You talk your shit.
You damn right. I'm not new to it. I'm true to
Well,
it.
Jesus Christ. Love wouldn't add to the negative narrative. It would. Oh, just because this is that. You know what? I'm
You can
so
read
used
that.
to running the
Yeah.
show.
No,
Okay.
read it.
Love wouldn't add to the negative narrative. It would only dismiss. Me and my ex had an extremely volatile relationship. When it ended, I didn't drag nor expose, regardless of how she pained me. Love wouldn't add to the negative narrative. It would only dismiss. Me and my ex had an extremely volatile relationship. When it ended, I didn't drag nor expose, regardless of how she pained me.
Well,
What does that mean? He said I shouldn't exposed.
so are you
No,
saying, yeah, I'm telling it, but I won't negatively paint. I'll tell the truth, but I won't negatively paint her to make myself appear in a positive light. Now, Ray, are
I
you
see what you're saying. I see
that's
what
what
you're saying.
Vincent is doing, or you just
It's I get the second part makes sense because the thing
okay?
is how you say you love me, but then you out here negatively painting me. Because to Ray Bishop's point, and people might not see this, I could have used that Tasha release and had a field day on Larry's name. What did I do? I basically exonerated him. I
That's
said, no,
true.
this is
You
over.
did. You
Right.
did.
When
You did.
when the judge did not allow for that pre-discovery and subpoenaing Larry, I went up there. I said, in fairness, if I would have talked about it, if they would have allowed it, let's talk about it. So they didn't. I am not that guy. Because I could have used it. I could have had a field day and act like I know nothing. But
Right.
no, that's not right.
And like you said, if you just you said he don't need no help.
The man don't need no help. The man don't need no help. And let me just say this for clarity. Lavondre Andrews is still without justice.
Mm.
And I want to make
Didn't he get like a default judgment?
no,
I mean,
not
Larry did.
yeah, he got a default judgment because Lavondre Andrews couldn't support couldn't do that or couldn't get a good lawyer or whatnot.
Well, he was out of the country. No, may I interject here for a moment? Because this is a part of Larry's personality that I just cannot stand. Larry will go and file paperwork knowing full darn well that people are out of the country, or he'll file it in the wrong county like he did the first time. And then he'll claim, it was the paperwork got him. He knew Lavondre was out of the country, Vincent, when he filed that paperwork. And that's why he did what he did. Now I'm a hush.
But the thing about that is, though, you gotta be served.
Yeah,
Be served. And Lavondre was served. And it's probably one of these cases, Marcel, where there's two things are true at once.
Yeah.
But he was served, but he couldn't pull it. And then he didn't have the help like somebody like me, because I was being quiet. I was trying my best to stay away from it all. And so, like, that's that same thing like Larry's always saying, everybody I've always sued, I've won. How is that true when you've sued people that couldn't even afford the lawyers you had? You didn't win because you had overwhelming evidence.
And he didn't win against E. Dewey Smith, but go ahead.
Yeah. Now that E. Dewey, that's neither here nor there. But
yeah.
But yeah, somebody asked about therapy. I think it was Finally Me Lulu. I have been in therapy since 2016, just FYI.
Yeah.
And I go to therapy twice a month, and I make no qualms about it. Yeah.
He says, have you received therapy that specializes in debriefing from a cult and exit counselor?
Yeah, I not specializes, but my therapist is a hell of a woman, and it's it's so layered and crazy, but no, it's been super helpful. It's been super helpful.
all of us are in therapy. Shit, I am. So everybody's in therapy. Go ahead.
Wow.
Except Lily. Lily, the only one that's getting out of rehab every 30 days.
She's going to be having a sit down with Tamar Braxton at City Winery in Atlanta.
A sit down.
Now, first of all, hold on. Why would someone who just got out of rehab be at City Winery?
Exactly. It's even the very appearance. She shouldn't even be there. Yeah, she's going to be at City Winery having a sit down and talking about her life and stuff with Tamar Braxton. Imagine that. Get your tickets today, they say.
They're selling tickets?
Yes, they are.
Oh my God.
Now, here's something that I'm not on my platform. Here's a question I have. Number one, did she really go to rehab?
We don't really have any proof of that.
Or we don't. Did she get missing for 30 days so we can stop talking about the money? Number two.
That's a possibility there, Vincent.
Amen.
Number two, which one of the private community members stated, was this rehab court mandated and she didn't have to pay for it and she still pocketed the money?
I don't think it was court mandated that quick, because remember she had her DUI. I don't think she
it wasn't court mandated.
No. So I don't think it was court mandated at all, because she had just been in Greenville with that situation. So it wouldn't have had a judgment for her to go to rehab that quickly. No.
So
She may
then,
have went to rehab. Somebody said maybe she went to rehab before she's going to have that court a case, in court for that.
that makes sense.
Possibly.
Yeah,
But
but that
we
thing is,
still don't have Larry as her spokesperson. So we still don't have any proof that she actually went to rehab.
Hot damn. You said Larry was the spokesperson. Hot
He's the one
damn.
that brought it out that she went to
I
rehab.
know.
Now
Yeah,
she did get on the stage last Sunday and said she was now he said 30 she was 35 days out or something. I don't know.
that's
Mm.
wild.
Yes, it
God
is.
bless her. I mean,
I'm just going to go on the record to say I don't believe Leandria Johnson.
hold on.
Well, and I'm gonna be honest with you as well. I this whole thing is suspect. I'll just put it that way. I'll leave it alone.
I'm trying to walk in love, so I think I've passed out enough. I've messed up enough where I've ran out of grace. So let me walk in love real quick.
Mhm.
Well, here's what I want her to do. I don't care at this point. I don't care if she went. I don't care if she did. But she could still get help.
Yeah, she
could
needs
still,
help. Yeah.
yeah. And here's the crazy part. All these stop judging people. If something was to happen to that lady,
I know.
it would be sad,
It would
Yeah.
be.
honestly. And you think that someone like Larry Reed would admit, okay, I helped enable this? Because let me tell y'all the tea. This Larry Leandria relationship in alcohol goes back to Periscope, and we were having secret meetings with Leandria where she would come to the meetings just wiped clean, alcohol down. And what we were trying to do was figure out a way to get her back into the eyes of the public. So this relationship with Larry being her savior has been going on since like before Larry Reed Live.
Mm,
And so I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't go and he's just covering for her.
yeah. Because he's paid to do that, i.e. Bernard, Jordan, make him look in a good light, and other people are,
Right. Right. Well,
yeah.
what's the
So it would be what you want to ask Ray.
Ray came up.
Listen. I say whatever he wants. He says, he wants to ask the question. I will answer the question honestly. So just
Mhm.
ask me whatever you like.
Can I ask a question that's not shady or malicious, but Jesus, when you preface it like that,
I know he set me up.
Shady and
Yeah,
malicious.
Yeah, he
and
set
it's
me
gonna
up.
lead that way.
Well, I'm a very transparent person, so it doesn't matter. You can ask me whatever you like.
Yeah, yeah.
In the
Yeah, but
meantime,
I don't believe it, and unfortunately, with the track record that Larry has, I don't believe it.
he's a bad liar.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Quick question: what's up with Jordan and Larry?
That's a question for the gods. William came and broke the story, and I believe what William was saying had some validity to it. But we're gonna get right back to it. Let's get his question answered.
Yeah, right.
Outside of being a connected viewer, why are you? What's your investment into Larry Reed's camp? What do you say to people that say you're a scorned viewer? Because
Okay.
I think what he's I think what he's referring to, I
Mhm.
think they're saying maybe that whole narrative about you being rejected out of the camp.
Mhm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I understand that, and in all honesty, I actually left the Larry Reed camp. I wasn't put out of the camp. I actually I quietly left. I understand that there's a whole narrative that was painted, but in actuality, Ray, I don't really, one way or the other, I don't really care. I'm just reporting on these stories just like everybody else. I just have a little bit of a more personal stake because I've been with Larry Reed really from the beginning, its inception. When there
When you
was
say you've been with him, what do you mean by that?
That means I've been a viewer. I've been a supporter of Larry from the beginning. That's why I'm fully aware of who Vincent is, who Lisa was. And I don't know if you guys know, way back in the day, Vincent used to do the politics. Lisa used to do the sports. It was
I remember.
it was
That's how far I used to watch him back as well. I
yeah.
remember.
I mean, way back when Larry first
Mhm.
started. I remember the day when Larry was throwing his cassocks in the trash, Vincent, and he was talking about how God told him he wasn't supposed to be going back into the institutional church and all of those things. So I've been there for a long time, and I supported Larry. And I'm honest about that. If you ask me anything, I will tell you the truth. I sent a lot of my viewers from Blog Talk and all of our followers, because I had a following. It was people were saying I was trying to build my name on Larry. I had my own following, so I didn't have to do any of that. But I understand the narrative, Ray, and I'm, the only answer I could give you is I'm not a scorn to anything. I'm just talking about it. Now, do I get passionate about it sometimes? Absolutely, I do.
Go ahead and handle Anthony Lester.
Oh, Jesus.
They said, he told you to get your own YouTube channel. Okay, well, Anthony, first of all,
Cook. Go ahead and cook.
no, it's okay. It's okay, because I'm walking in love. I'm like Vincent.
You're waiting for February.
Let me speak for Marcellus. Well, he did. Whether it was by Larry's voice or not, and he's been able to maintain it through the years.
It's been quite
well. And let me ask you this, Anthony. The thing that's told is he told me to go get a YouTube channel. But why is Larry always saying that he never talked to me and he don't know me? So, I mean, you can't have it both ways, Anthony. The man say he don't know me and he never had no conversations with me. So how did he tell me to go get my own YouTube channel?
Yeah, it got to be one or the other. You know what's so funny? I said this on my channel today. The whole thing about scorn has played itself out. Like, people's like, well, you're just a scorn lover. I should be. I should be. Gigi's a scorn lover. She should, if her story is true, she should be. The lady I reported on today, she just scorned. She should be. And then I read the definition of scorn. I don't know what happened in the culture where being scorned was reasoned to be lying. So let's just say you are a scorned viewer. What that got to do with what we're talking about?
And what would I be scorned about, Vincent? I don't understand that.
What am I scorned about? Maybe I think they think that you're, because you didn't get close to maybe Larry to maybe become bigger. I guess.
I understand Larry's motive. Larry says, if I don't have the receipts, I can't prove it, so he just gonna lie. So me coming out telling that story and talking about the conversations we had, it's just dumb. At this point, it's worthless. It doesn't profit me to do that. So I'm not gonna go down that whole path anymore. Trust me, I don't hate Larry. I done said it a million times. I know y'all trying to make me hate the man. I don't hate Larry.
They tried to get me to do the same, and I don't.
I don't hate Larry.
I understand that nigga, but I'm trying to
right. Look, listen, I don't like him as a person, but I don't hate him. Now, Daryl hates the man, and I can't say that, Daryl is wrong.
Hate the man.
No, I don't know if I hate him. I don't. Well, first of all, I don't know. I don't know what hate feels like. So I could hate him and just don't realize it. But I don't think it's. I think to hate somebody is this like deep thing, or maybe
that's a lot of energy there.
That's a lot of energy. Now, if he was to happen to slip on something and his tongue fell out, he dislocated the knee and lost his left foot, I'm on dance Sunday. I'm gonna go to church and put a mean dance down. Yeah, Bahasha, I'm going in.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm gonna come back to where you're going to church at in a minute. We need to talk about that because I heard you mention that earlier.
No, you know. No. Because
no.
What I'm realizing is I got some safe space folks who are starting to get offended by that. So I got to back up a little.
Okay, well let me say something. Let me say something.
Protect your space.
Let me say something in the chat, because being scorned or burned, however you may want to articulate it, let me be very clear. I've never been scorned or burned by Larry, so there would never be any need for me to be upset with Larry about being scorned or burned. You would have to tell me how Larry scorned me or burned me, then I would be able to give some articulation to that. But at this point, I have absolutely no idea what these folks are talking about.
Well,
Now,
that was.
go
Oh, go
ahead.
ahead. My bad. No, no, sir. This is your platform. Have at it, sir.
Getting to your question, Vincent,
My question.
Larry and Bernard, what happened there?
Ow, ow, ow.
My only thing with what William said, and like I said, when William made that, said that Larry found out something about Bernard, Bishop Jordan, that he couldn't vibe with, so they decided to part ways or stuff. I I just couldn't imagine that. It doesn't sound right to me. But of course, they haven't come out and said verbatim what happened. Do you have an opinion?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I have an opinion on everything, sir. So that's what I was like. I know you ain't asking me, do I have an opinion? I got too many opinions. Okay, here's what I feel is going on. Um, and let me be clear. I am just talking. I hadn't spoke to Larry since text August 2023. So this is just me guesstimating. So
Mhm.
don't put no weight on none of this, y'all.
Yeah.
It feels as though some other things strained. Larry has never, ever been able to maintain long term mentor like relationships.
Because he's a
So,
narcissist. But go ahead.
no, no, absolutely. And because of that, he always is going to find a reason to bump heads with the people. Apostle Elijah Forte, his pastor, his church, Eureka Church, and he went to another church, and that pastor, and this pastor. And well, Michael's dad was this. Every leader had an issue that was too low for him. So the Jordan thing, I was looking, I said, well, maybe this would work, but the reality is, no, it was bound to collapse anyway. So that's the overarching thing. Now, when you get into the minutia of it, listening to Larry talk to Conscious TV about Donald Trump and the presidency, uh, it seems like a dick swinging contest. The
Mm.
problem is, I don't think that Jordan is going to lose a real fight. Jordan is and I could be wrong. Jordan is too wise. Jordan is old money. Jordan is like Larry. Better leave that alone. And I could be wrong. I'm just saying, like Larry need to back away from that fight. And he
Mhm.
said something to Conscious. He's like, well, and people voted for Donald Trump, and they acted in a way that I never thought they would act. He said something along those lines yesterday, and I clocked it. I said, ooh, this thing is. I don't think William was wrong. I think William was
I don't think he was
telling
wrong
the
either. That's
truth.
why I brought it to light because I don't think William was wrong at all.
I also want to add this layer. Bishop Jordan is going to protect, in my opinion, again, my opinion, the institution of the church. And old heads in the old regime are going to protect each other even if they don't like each other. This
Right.
Jake's thing might have went too far. Now let's go back to
Mm.
his son.
Mhm.
Mm.
You can't if Jordan will disown his children for being messy, then you think Larry can get away with mishandling this whole Jake's thing and just get
Absolutely
away
not.
with it? Because
Absolutely.
there's one of two or three things that happened with this Manasseh thing. Number one, Manasseh got paid.
Mhm.
Again, the only reason why I sort of doubt it is because the videos are still up. And somebody said that would be obvious. That's the way it goes. Like nobody's dumb. Everybody knows. But the thing is, you pay the people off, the videos get taken away, and life goes on. And if you think about it, Manasseh stopped talking anyway. So something
Period.
happened.
He did.
So
Period.
something
He did.
happened. So it's either he got paid or Larry's extra issues, like the video that got dropped in February, that Jordan Blood said too messy, back out. This is
Mm.
wrong. So I think it's multi-layered. the thing that,
But he
and
stayed with Larry after that video for up until what, the end of last year when they cut it off.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I'm trying to paint a picture of just multiple things
Just
happening.
Yeah,
you know,
because there's
Okay.
layers to it.
yeah.
Yeah. The thing that made me feel like, ooh, this might be bad, was when Larry went on Instagram, um, saying, "Well, I gave him more money than he gave me."
I know, and I was wondering, it was very weird.
I said, "Oop!" I said, "Oh, this about to go left." Yeah.
Why
So,
did that need to come up?
well, I'll tell
Oh,
you
I
why.
wish I could talk
I'll,
about this.
I'll,
Go
I'll,
ahead.
I'll tell you why. Because what happened was, and I was so mad at King Jives for this. That Friday night, King
Mm,
Jives did a crash out like I've never seen. I was like, a crash out where you should be concerned about him. And King
Hmm.
Jives parroted almost every lie that's ever been told on Larry. He
Hmm.
screamed it that house was owned
Hmm.
by Bishop Jordan, and that Bishop Jordan bought those cars. And to what Ray Bishop's point, I got up the next time I went live and said, "That's not true." That's
No.
another time I could have pounced on Larry. That's not true. Why? Don't be out here lying like that. And so Larry, instead of swallowing it, because why does he got to prove to King Jives a lie that anybody could just look up and see it's not true?
Right. You can
Go to
see who owned
Secretary of
the
State, North
house.
Carolina, and see who owned the house.
Yeah.
He's gonna go up there and be like, "Well, Jordan has never did this. I've given him more money." That was a Dixon contest between him and Jives. Then
Yeah.
Jordan took stray from it, which let me know the regard for Jordan had dropped, because he wouldn't have
Right.
done that
Because he would have never
lie
came out and start discussing money between him and Jordan.
unless it was like some kind of well, Bishop Jordan gave me $300,000 for the conference. You know, that little stuff they do, but not like itemizing it. So that's what it is. So he was dick swinging contest with Jives and shot himself in the foot and sent a straight to Jordan. And Jordan is old money. Like, think about it. And I said this on my platform. How is it that Jordan has been surrounded by Larry, Manasseh, Whitehead, Eddie Long, and
Hmm.
some of the most crooked people in the gospel industry, and ain't been touched?
Yeah.
You already know how to handle. You got a way that you operate. Like, think about the biggest scandal that ever went out on Jordan was that people paid for prophecy back in the day on charisma.
Right.
You ain't heard nothing about no marriage. You ain't heard about
Mm-mm.
no misusing money.
Mm-mm.
He flaunts it, but like no official things. You
Right.
ain't operating like that and staying with no Larry. Sooner or later, you're gonna get away.
well, that's why he got rid of the last person that was messy, that was close to him like that. And I'll
William
hush.
McCray. And that's another thing. And that's what messed with William, because William was hurt because Jordan was using William, like,
Right.
according to what I heard, like he
Yeah.
was using Larry. And then William, then as soon as Jordan found Larry, he dropped William.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then William picked Larry up.
I was on a phone call with with a bishop or pastor who was in the room when it happened. Continue on, Vincent.
So it's layered, but here's the thing. If you know me, I just went to Larry's page and I counted the months, the space of time between when Jordan would come down to his studio and they would talk. It was once every 2 to 3 months or something like that. And I told my audience, my folks, I said, if he don't hit that stage by January, we know something is wrong.
Yep. And it did. Was there a stage hit?
There has not been a stage hit yet.
Nope.
Now, Larry can say Abu Dhabi and all that kind of stuff, but let's keep it a buck. Jordan should have been on that stage by now. Now, you know why? Because when Jordan comes on that stage, number one, it's one of Larry's highest viewed videos.
Highest
Number
paid
two,
live.
they
Right.
make money.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's screaming something went wrong. Now, will it stay wrong? I don't know. Now, here's my last thing. This is just me talking for real. I think the straw that messed up the camel's back was this Jake's thing,
Yeah. I think
because
so
these
too.
old heads stick with each other. This is
Yeah.
too messy.
Yeah.
So that's what I think. I hope I answered the question.
And then he
Well,
sat, but my thing was when he sat back, he didn't say much and he was still going on the program when Larry came out with those text messages that he screenshotted from Manasseh. They still kind of, and I think this complaint, it was still just talk. But when he slapped that complaint down, I think that's when things changed.
Yeah, yeah. That because you're getting too close to the fire, and you're dragging my son into it, and
And you, yeah, yeah,
and and
yeah,
that, and the son got his own problems.
right,
Yes, he does.
right. He don't need no extra problems like this.
But I think you're right, spot on, Vincent, as it relates to Jordan, because when that case and this whole situation with TD Jakes went down, that's what I was going to ultimately say is that's when the real distancing began, and that's what sort of was the catalyst, as far as I'm concerned. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, as you said it. But you can clearly see the distancing as far as with the TD Jakes situation. That clearly was the straw that did it.
Yeah, well, God bless him. But if he don't have Jordan in his back pocket, now here is what I'm also sensing about this, and I'm using my words carefully. That's my first time saying sensing. I think that is what's fueling, and I could be wrong. I think that's what's fueling whatever he's doing out of the country. Larry needs another source of income. He's capped off on YouTube. If you look at Larry's YouTube thing, the only thing that makes Larry the quote unquote top dog on YouTube out of the gospel commentators field is those subscribers. But when you look at his numbers, they're not. If you do the ratio between subscribers and numbers, and you look at my account and look at you counts between subscribers and numbers, his ratios are off. He don't got the views he used to have. So that's number one. Number two, every time some stuff roll out, like with Natasha K and How We Talking, he lose Patreon members. That's where the money's at. I don't know. I can assume though, Larry's over there trying to create a source of income that can't be touched by his indiscretions.
So
Because
if he's sued or something, they're the money out of the country, because he did say he has citizenship in Africa.
well, not sued. I'm talking about making money. Because this live is costing Larry money right now.
I'm just gonna tell you, Vincent. I love the way you're talking, but I want to stick a pin right where you're talking,
You won't let me be
and
in
and
love.
and let that be let that fester for a minute, because you know what I'm saying. I don't want you to give up the goods just right now.
Marcellus, shut your mouth.
I need
Vincent is talking.
I need for him to keep something. I don't need to let them know. You know what I mean, Vincent? Just don't say nothing right now.
But you know what? And I'll stop just for this. But let me say this: Larry's so stupid. Larry is so dumb that he'll hear me talking, and let's just say I'm 100% right, and will still move on as if he's indestructible. But okay, let me say it in short.
No, because you're gonna give up. I don't want you to give up the other stuff that we're aware of, because that gives him an advance notice, and I don't need these folks to know what the advance notice is, because there's stuff being done behind the scenes. So don't go giving up nothing right
But you
now.
got cooked up over there, Marcellus.
Okay,
But see, that's what I'm saying. But Marcellus, I don't get into those things.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Just because I'm in text threads and email, I don't know. I leave the things alone.
Okay.
I really leave the things alone. But I'll say this: I've always felt like the Ghana thing and whatever else he's doing is a way to create streams of income that can't be touched by the moral dilemma he's in. See, Larry started off the platform as the voice of reason, the voice of integrity, the voice of truth. Then he got into ministry. And no matter how non-conservative that ministry is, there's a certain amount of integrity you must have.
Right.
And when that is challenged, like it has been, you lose members, not just Larry, anybody. So it's like, well, how do I secure my future when I've been capped? See, the thing is, Kingdom Business was more of a slap in the face than what y'all would know. Because Kingdom Business,
I think that was his up the ladder. He found, what he wanted to do.
Absolutely. If you think about He was interviewing Nene Leakes and them.
He
He was
wanted to be a real housewife. He wanted a peach.
yeah, a proverbial peach. He wanted. So when Kingdom Business stopped, and then every year he keeps on taking them hit, he got to find a source of income that can't be affected by us, literally. I could be wrong. I think that's what it is.
And but you're also talking, well, he ain't never had no real job, Vincent. So but he's going over the charade is we're going over to Ghana to create jobs. That's what he said. Now, what kind of jobs would a man who's never worked a job or created a job or worked in the sector when he had to deal with individuals in cities who create those jobs have the ability to do? Now, yeah, okay.
I think the biggest thing about this Africa thing is this. You're asking, like, anybody that's paid attention know when I'm asking 10 people to give $10, they know where that money is going. Them god darn text messages I send out and every other subscription I got.
Yeah.
Larry is asking people to give money, and there is not one public facing document, website that details where the money is going. When you click the link, it says something like to the MBN network and the whatever thing it is. Like the MBN network's wording is in it. It's not just like going to the Africa project. It's like the Africa project by way of the MBN network or however it's done. It's really interesting. And what that does, it allows them to raise that money for Africa and do whatever the hell they want to do with
Yeah,
it.
spend it how they want. Anybody who's ever worked in a nonprofit or sat on boards would understand that. And so, Vincent, it is quite clear what's going on over there, and
Yeah.
it gets much deeper than that. But I'm a hush because I don't know nothing. I'm just mad church disease.
but I think it's ludicrous to not have a plan, not to have some kind of like, here's what we're doing. And why is it a secret? Why is it so secluded? Because the reality is you shouldn't have to be like a celestial patron member to donate to a good cause. Um,
Shut up, Vincent.
no, I'm
I think it was today he was talking about the celestial, or I guess the people they went over there. They're with him in Dubai to invest.
so what he does is this. Here is the scheme that Todd set up. That's supposed to be funny. All right, fine. Anyway,
We with you. We with you. We with you.
what you do? How do you get people to give more money? You elevate them. You make them feel special. You take them on a trip or two. The celestial people have to give, so like the top dollar, but they're on that prayer line every Sunday.
They must be
That
giving a lot of money.
that trip, that trip to Abu Dhabi, wherever they's at, com- pales in comparison to what they give every year. So they're over there like, oh, see, you know what? We're so taken care of, and they don't realize it's psychological. That's number one. Number two, um, to your point, like for example, he prophesied to them in Abu Dhabi, they're gonna sow a seed. They're gonna raise
Right.
offerings. Like for example, when you think about the Reformation conferences, I don't know how it wasn't like that this last time, which says a lot about where their money is. But there used to be the top 200 givers could come to the Reformation conference for free. He paid for their hotel room. They didn't have to register, the
Mhm.
food, everything that you had to get there, right? Well, um, but then here was the catch. That Sunday, he was going to raise a hell of an offering so that he was get all his money back. And the people are there thinking, wow, we're so blessed. We're getting this for free, not knowing that they're just holding their breath to Sunday. And them celestial members are going to give him that money right back that he put into them as a gift for being a faithful supporter. So whatever he's doing with those celestial people, he's doing it, in my opinion, to make sure he secures his return for 2025.
Hmm.
So it's a game, and it's a game, and I quote, well, I'm not saying this as a guessing. That was what he told me that first Reformation. This is just, I'm gonna get this money back. Mr. Jordan gonna raise this money. It's a
Hmm.
gamble, but that's what they do.
But Vincent, let me interject here. When the video that I saw at the Reformation, when Rosalind Weems and Bishop Jordan got up there to
Mhm.
say
March 15th,
uh,
2025. Go ahead.
what what money they were going to be giving in the Reformation experience.
Mhm.
In my opinion, Vincent, it's all it's a sort of give and take, and I talk about this a lot about to me it looks almost like a money swapping, money laundering kind of situation. I give to you now, and then in a couple of months you're going to come and drop a heap of money on me,
Mhm.
right? And so it's that whole back and forth thing that they've been doing, and it's clearly being done. But I also think that's a part of the gimmick and the grift, because if you get Bishop Jordan up and you get Rosalind Weems, who can get lobsters from her backyard,
Mhm.
to say, oh, I can give all of this kind of money, that it entices the people to give money, Vincent. So
Yeah.
that's a part of the grift.
Yeah. And it works well. Unfortunately, what's going to happen now? I'm going to say this snarky, but also know these people are being abused. When the ship sinks, our watch our subscriber count, because they're
Mm,
going to all disperse amongst us.
mhm,
Um,
mhm.
Unfortunately, the people are getting used, and they're okay with it.
Well, I'll be like Creflo. Y'all get back on over there. Get back on over. You know how Creflo told them when they came to his
No,
church
I'm
from Eddie
gonna
Long?
be like Jesus. Come unto me, all ye who's heavy laden.
I know. I'm just
We
messing.
know
I'm
your
messing.
shady behind gonna do that. Y'all listen. Those of y'all, there's 300 some people. 100 of y'all niggas is from Larry. Don't you come over here thinking that you ain't gonna get shaded.
You could just it depends on how you act in that chat. That's all I got to say. I only had to time out a couple of people tonight. One is borderline. I'm watching, but
and
we all
and
right.
those prophetic phone calls are in that same streamline and grift. Tasha Global said something to me a couple of days ago. They're still calling her, Vincent.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you would never believe the people be like, why am I still getting emails? Why am I still getting text messages? That is a just gross oversight.
Yeah.
That's a gross oversight.
Mm.
Yeah.
That means they don't know how to do business, which means after a while, by and by, through and through, this is all going to come crashing down at some point.
Yeah, it'll be self-destructive. I have never seen Larry succeed in anything long term.
Now,
Um,
see, if I say that, people be, oh, but I'm so good. I'm
look,
so glad you said it.
last night in the private community, we broke it down. They were asking me questions, and I was just answering. And from the doctorate to the church,
Mm.
to the music, to Larry Reid Live. Like Larry Reid Live was not created by him. Larry Reid Live is not his. You know, the things that is his, the music, it's not good. The books, the books were decent. I'm not going to hold you. The books were decent. The books, I enjoyed
Did
reading the
he
books.
write the books?
Yeah. Now, far as I understand, he wrote the books. Now, what I did, my part of the books was he would send me the manuscript, and then I would have to put it in book form and get
Hmm.
the JPEGs from the graphic designer. I did a lot of the admin back end work, but he wrote
Hmm.
the books. The books were good, but he does not have one thing. And if y'all want to test me, just name out stuff. One thing on his resume that is connected to long term success.
Other than Larry Reid Live, so far, that's the only thing he's ever had.
But it's capped out. He didn't pivot. That's number one. He ruined it by
It was
his
supposed
own.
to go into kingdom business
Yeah,
into
he
tell.
tried. Yeah, he tried to
Yeah.
pivot.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is, Larry Wright is not his. He didn't create that. I did.
Mm.
So that's he. Now, what he did was he used my energy, my work, my mind, Charlton and I, and then he took it and ran with it. But he didn't create that. And then when he left it, he just streamlined. Larry worked hard with Larry Live. Larry's not talented. Here's Larry. Larry is not talented. Larry's a hard worker. If you
Mm.
strip him down and think, when he get in front of that mic, there's not talent. That's not He's a hard worker. He knows how to go. He knows how to do. He knows how to push.
Now, Vincent, let me give you a little pushback. Now,
Go ahead.
normally I don't do this. Now,
Go ahead.
Larry has some talent, Vincent.
No.
He is talented. I mean, the reason why I smile now, some of this other crap with the old black magic and some of that music that you have to have talent to do that, Vincent.
Okay, but the thing is, you cannot misconstrue tenacity and hard work because practice makes perfect.
Mhm.
Okay.
Larry is a hard worker. So he's gonna push. He's gonna get in that microphone. He's gonna do the music. And it's decent, but for how he talk and how he act, he should be Grammy winning 50, 11 times and this, that, and you would think how he talk,
Mm.
he's just making these masterpieces and
Yeah.
not a one. Now, there are some songs I enjoy, like I will sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song. It's a beautiful song. But
That just comes from hard work and practice. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, it comes from hard work and practice. A broke clock is right twice a day. So if you're in place twice a day, you're gonna win.
Ooh, well, this is where we're going to come to an impasse because I don't necessarily agree that that's totally just relates to hard work. You have to have some talent to do that, Vincent.
Yeah, well, okay, I tell you, his talent is his hard work.
He said he's as big as TDJ.
Oh, okay. He just work hard, and that's why he can write songs and semi sing them. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Because like if you think about like what song was like a really banger, what we did for that top 14 song he talked about, that top Billboard song, we worked our asses off. And I guess I'm also talking from like experience behind the scenes. It
Yeah.
looked like, wow, these people are off the chain. We did things that normal people would not do. We bought BDS subscriptions when it wasn't like something normal, and we
Mhm.
tracked and we did things that
Mm-hmm.
normal people would not do, and we cheated. People
Yeah.
of God, hear me, and we also cheated. Okay,
Mhm.
we cheated.
You say you cheated. How did you cheat?
Okay, the Stellar and World nomination was a cheat. We hacked the system.
No, 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 no. I don't believe that.
So why would we need to hack the system if it was talent?
Right. You don't have to.
Because you was going up against Rance Allen. You had to do whatever you could. Listen. You had to get in a canoe and row to every shore that you could if you was gonna try to beat Rance Allen.
But the thing about that was that's the last round of the ballot. You
Yeah,
can't
that's the
cheat that
yeah.
part.
I got you.
Yeah,
I
like the
know.
churches. Like let's be honest, the church. Like so, let's break it down. Let me just break it down. Right? He says that he couldn't watch his kids because he traveled all over the world. He traveled to two places, London and St. Martin. Those were not his churches. Those were his fiance's churches. And that's the only place he went to. And then he would go to Jersey. Every other time
Beyonce.
it's that
Lisa
yeah, I
was a
don't even-
pastor.
no, Lisa after he divorced Lisa, he was fiancé with a lady who had three churches after her and her husband split up.
Oh.
Once they broke off the thing, he tried to start a church in London. It didn't work. We moved up to
Mhm.
New York and New Jersey to start a church. It didn't happen. The main church in North Carolina, he talks like it was this big old thing. We didn't have over 100 members ever in that church.
Oh shit! You're lucky if you had 50. Go ahead, Vincent.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So then with the music, it was decent music, but it wasn't like chart breaking. Okay. He was a great preacher. I'll give him that.
Well, does preaching come with talent, or can you just holler and squalor and just that works everything out for you? That's hard work.
When
It
you have
just
a
depends on who
deficit,
listening.
when you have a deficit, what you say?
I
Say
just
again?
said it depends on who's listening to you. You
That
know,
part.
I mean,
That part. When you have a deficit in your soul, you will overcompensate to fulfill yourself because you're full of voids.
Mm.
So
Oh.
Larry overcompensated with his spirituality. So then once the church was done, the people left, we started with Larry Live, and then he overcompensated with Larry Live. Larry's pentacle was the money, not Larry Live.
Oh yeah,
Look
I
at it.
got
Look
you.
at it.
Yeah, I
This is
got
money.
you.
So but I get what you're saying, but no, he's not. He's
Hmm.
talent. He's not talent. Like for example, um, no one like for example, Saint James, you Marcellus. I don't care how much money you guys have in the bank right now. At least it's yours. At least you're doing it. You start from the ground up. You build it from scratch.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You're not using people. Larry would not be who he was if he didn't have Mako, Latrice, myself, like not a community, a manipulated group of people that served him hand and foot.
Mm.
See, like my platform, I don't have like a Vincent Hill. If when I grow that platform to 500,000 subscribers, million subscribers, I didn't have nobody rubbing my feet at night and making my breakfast. So all I could do is focus on the word, focus on prophecy. So I'm taking all of this into consideration. He had live-in concubines to cater to his every single need and desire.
Yeah, you used the past tense. You said had. He
Oh,
has.
he has. If you watch the thing with Conscious TV, Kendall was in that room with him. Why? Kendall massages his feet every night before he go to bed. He don't cut his hair. He don't wash his clothes. He don't clean his room. And I ain't talking about because he got money. He wasn't doing it. We was in one bed, two bedrooms apartments.
Wow.
Well, that's what I would have to say. What the fuck? Like, but I ain't gonna say that. Go ahead.
Mm.
Yeah, so
Wow.
it's diabolical. And let me say
It's
this.
manipulation. It is a narcissistic, cultish behavior
Mhm.
that is matured to the point to where it is, to me, it's witchcraft. It bewitches the people who are surrounding him, and it becomes controlling, because the Bible says that the spirit of witchcraft is just as a spirit of control. He
Mhm.
controls every aspect of your life, their life, what they buy, where they go, what they can do. So if anything, just like somebody said in the chat, his talent is manipulation. He's talented in manipulating you to do other things and take away or strip you of your own strength and your own intellectual capacity to break free from the manipulation. That's his talent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And God bless him because it got to be a miserable life.
At
Um,
the end of the day.
at the end of the day, Larry is well aware that everyone that is currently connected to him is connected to him for his resources.
Mm.
And he used to say it all the time back in the day. So unless something changed, you still feel that way.
But see, here's a question. Well, I've never talked to you about this part, Vincent, and now you got me asking questions that I don't want to ask in the public. But wasn't Shamako in the military? He was in the military, right?
Lord, no, 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 no. Mako. Now this is where the story gets convoluted.
Yeah, he did something around that thing, right? Or no?
No, no. The only
Oh,
person that was ever in the military was Lisa.
oh, it was
Lisa.
Lisa. Okay.
Larry's family kicked Larry out the house. Larry was staying with Mako. Somehow or another, Larry's in college, and Mako's dad and Mako wanted to go to church with Larry, and Mako's dad was the pastor. So Mako's dad said, "You either go to church with us or you get out the house." So Mako left and followed Larry. Um,
Hmm.
that's so Mako don't know nothing but Larry. That's all Mako know.
Right. Well, you know what I say, and I know it maybe not be popular, but I say Shamako is his real wife.
Well, no, I said this in my private community because somebody said that Shamako was a side piece. I said no, 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 no.
He is the piece.
Shamako is the piece, and everyone else is a side piece.
You got that right.
Yeah,
You got that right.
Shamako is the guy. Is the guy. Now, Shamako don't act like it. Shamako is very insecure,
Mm.
very very cunning. Um, if you hang around Shamako and he let his guard down, he talks like he can't stand Larry out one side of his mouth, and then act like he can't live without him on the other side of his mouth.
Why
And
them
it's
cakes coming from Kentucky?
um, I can assume this. Well, I don't even let me assume. Don't even let me assume. Why the case coming from Kentucky? Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
They
Hmm.
running out of vanilla extract where Mako lives, so he got to have made in Kentucky because there's a whole lot of vanilla extract. St. James.
Yeah,
That's
And
why
let,
they coming from Kentucky.
even
and
if
let me
they
say this,
originated from Atlanta, they wouldn't say Kentucky.
and this is passed. And this is, just to be clear, this is passed along information.
Okay.
Just to be
Uh-huh.
clear, so I can be fair. Yeah,
Mm.
but it's a mess. It's a mess. God bless them. I am going
Now
to.
you know somebody gonna say you said all of this because you're a scorn lover. You know that, right?
Well, we done been through that.
But guess what? But guess what? Guess what? I am.
Yeah,
Okay.
he
See,
said
see,
it.
here's what I learned. Here's what I learned post February. I was I was not used to the YouTube streets, and I was naive to think that people were going to discern my intent. Um, so I didn't want my personal story to get in the way of what this message I felt like God wanted me to put out. I was
Mhm.
very protective of myself. And number two, I did not know how much processing I would go through after I dropped the video. So a lot of that time, because I remember St. James, you asked me, like, well, weren't y'all friends? You don't miss them. I'm like, no, I'm still processing. Now that I'm a
Yeah,
little bit more clearer, I'm more comfortable in my own skin to say that yes, I was scorned. This I had sex with this man once a week for 13, 14, 15 years. 2023, 2016. What's that, 13 years? But it's a little, I think it was 2017. So like approximately 13, 14 years. How in the world could I do that and not have feelings? Anybody that's a human is going to have feelings,
yeah.
especially when I thought that there was some kind of like mutual exchange or something like that. But it was spiritual manipulation. Like, for example, um, if I did not want to have sex with him, I would get rebuked as a
By
pastor.
him?
Yes, as a pastor to a member. What you doing? You must be doing it. So that's why it's so convoluted, and that's why it's not fair. I'm hard on people that expose about the truth, but I don't believe in like you just jealous and scorn lover. It's so convoluted and
Yeah,
layered.
it sounds easy to just say that, but when you dig into it a little bit deeper, how could someone like that not be scorned? And
Yeah,
it and you have to give them that right at a certain point to be.
absolutely, absolutely. It
So
So
we
don't
that
gonna
mean
means
let Gigi do it for a little
oh
while.
oh yeah, because that's what I was just about to say. Y'all better lay up off of GG then.
Well, I mean, I've always said, she's definitely, she didn't get that golden egg at the end of the tunnel, so I do believe that's, part of her issue as
But
well.
her story, but the way she told this story, St. James, this whole lead out video number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and by
Yeah,
video
yeah,
three,
girl, get to the point.
yeah,
Get to
she's
the point.
just now admitting that she slept with the man.
and
Yeah,
When
she
we
lied in part one. That's the
yeah,
biggest thing. She
she
lied in part
lied.
one.
exactly.
Yes,
So
she
that's why
lied.
I'm hard on Gigi. But I'll be hard on Gigi, and then at the end I'll say, "But I believe you."
Yeah, right. But my
And
thing is, I don't think, and I said, we don't need any more text message, honey. We got it. We know
yeah,
that it happened, baby.
yeah.
We got it.
And I'm trying to save her heartache because the YouTube streets are mean. You need to, if you don't plan on having a YouTube career, drop all the receipts,
Yeah,
give us all, and get out
yeah,
because, girl, you're gonna get your
yeah,
feelings hurt.
yeah. You are. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm,
And let me say, yours truly, this is not cult behavior. And on my platform, I said straight up, I was a part of a sex cult.
mm.
And I think that people, it's hard for people to understand it because in religious spaces and people that has any kind of adjacency to religion, we're way more forgiving than we should be. When I tell my story with people on the streets, ain't no, oh, that it's sort of given, and ain't that they call it quick. I remember one time I did a test. It was two people don't got nothing to do with church, and I played the reality show, a couple of seasons, and they
Hmm.
read everything quick because it ain't no gray area, and
Right, right,
that's
right,
sort of
right.
given. It's a really bad. No, it was a sex code.
Yeah.
It was the people. If we combine all the stories there's enough to do a real documentary, like a real one, not like
Not
a
a
little
fluff
series I
piece.
did. Like, yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
Mm. Someone
Um,
asked about how did Kendall get into the picture. I think didn't Kendall just come to the church? That's what
no,
happened. Huh?
no, no, Lord, no. Let me
Oh, I
tell you,
thought he went to the church.
there is a openly gay pastor named Rico Mungeon. Rico Mungeon, at the time, he wasn't openly gay, but of course, he's connected to Larry. Well, Rico and Kendall had some kind of connection. And so Rico was the bridge for Larry. Now, you got to be careful with Larry because every single person that Larry's in relationship with, he sculptures the relationship. Well, Kendall was just, inboxing me and these long things. And Kendall is so without a brain. Yeah, I was doing it. We don't know if that's true or not. We don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
But the reality is, every single person that Larry is in connection with is somehow connected to homosexuality and being a gay man.
Yeah, but they not gay.
Yeah,
That's the terminology they say. I'm just saying that's what
I
they
never.
say.
No, they do act like that. I never forget. We had the text thread. Larry, myself, Shamako, Locklear, and every picture that was shown was of a man. Look at his butt. Look at this. Look at that. That's what we're talking. So one day, Locklear said, "Why are we always showing men and not women?" And Larry went off.
Mm.
And Larry jumps to, because everybody got a text thread. So then Larry jumps to the text thread that don't have Locklear in there. He better hush if I tell his business. So that whole kiss and tell thing yesterday
Mm.
is such a
So
lie.
you mean there is some kissing and telling going on? Because yesterday they said he wasn't going to do that with Tasha K. Why was he like alluding to like they maybe had some kind of sexual something?
That was diversion. Because let me tell you how it worked. That was a master class in how to divert. Because by the time that live is over, there were more people asking, had Larry had sex with Tasha K, than they were
Yeah,
asking about what Tasha K did.
about what she said. Yeah,
Yeah. Now,
well,
now here's what I told my private community last night. Larry has shared with me every person that he has had some kind of sexual impropriety, sexual relationship with. Even there was one female that used to live in the same building that we did. He talked about that. The last time we talked to April, he named names because he's a kisser and teller.
hmm.
And all of the conversations I had with Larry,
Come on,
he ain't
Couture Bay, go ahead.
he ain't never named Tasha as one of those. Never.
Mm.
So and Kendall's so dumb. He talking about what, huh? In the video, did that happen, sir? But then like he's not dumb. He's under a spell.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
if you just think, if Larry didn't kiss and tell, how in the world did I get all those pictures and videos?
right, right. Thank
So
you so much, Irene Holmes, for becoming a member. I appreciate you.
yeah,
Yeah, you had a lot of receipts of a lot of kissing and telling going on.
absolutely. That pastor was a drunk man in Miami. I wasn't there. How did I get the video? Larry sent it to me. Locklear. Larry sent it to me. The pictures with Junior. Larry sent it to him. Larry, he does it to all of us, and that's the crazy part about it. He does it to all of us. He sends them in the group thread. So let me say this: if you want to know how diabolical it is, Locklear, Mako know about everybody else but them. So all
Mm,
of us would get those group things if the group, how can I say this? When he sent us the video of Locklear, it was an hour thread without Locklear. You see what
right,
I'm saying?
right,
So
right.
all of them know that Larry sends pictures and stuff like that. Larry had at least a Yahoo account. Um, and every picture that anybody have ever seen him, he had. And I one day we were talking, and I would name a name. He would send me their picture, and
Mm,
there were people that if I thought y'all knew them, I would name names, but I guess I'm not gonna drag nobody else. I've dragged enough people in there today. My thing.
You done put a few on the chopping block. A few.
But yeah, but Larry's very voyeuristic, and he harbors those pictures. Somebody said, "May I ask VH a question?" Um,
I think
I,
they're asking you, um, do you think he's paying content creators to spin his narratives?
oh, absolutely. But how he's doing it is like this. Now, it could be a straight up deal they've made, but come on, if I come on here and drop $500 one day, $100 one day, um, I, I tell my people I'm coming over to your platform. You basically my bitch, and I ain't even had no contract with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's I think that's how Pam the intellect lawyer got caught up into this.
Hmm.
You know, he said, "Okay, we're going over there,"
Yeah.
and they
And then
all
and then the other content creator, and then go over there. I'm gonna push you over there because they're gonna spin what I'm spinning.
But they're
Mhm.
also open-minded.
No, they're going to spin what he's spinning, how
Mhm.
he wants it. So
Right.
yes, he's going to get on his platform with 1,000 people or more, 2,000 people or more, and push them to those content creators so they can continue to spin.
Yeah. So now, could he possibly have like somebody on payroll? Yeah, he could. But I think my thing is, and that's where Larry's not smart, because if it was Vincent Hill, I would create a deal. Let's just say I create a deal with you, St. James, and part of that deal, you should know that you will be required to drag me every once in a while.
Yes, yes,
I
and
love
drag
me
everybody associated with you.
I
Mhm.
love me some Penny Ford. Shout out Penny Ford with your beautiful self. I just thought I'd throw that out there, Penny. You know I love
Yeah.
you, girl.
But to just always have the same people saying the same things, that is like Conscious TV. Like Conscious TV windmills so bad against me last year. And what's funny is this. At the end of the day, I'm watching Conscious TV do everything in his power, or did everything in his power to get at me,
Mm-hmm.
just for him to be windmilling against or in favor of a lie.
Mm.
And I don't think Conscious TV is that conscious that he's windmilling for a liar. I think Conscious TV is playing the game where, yeah, Larry's a little shady, but never me. Thais
Mhm.
is just enjoying the honey
We don't
bun.
mention other names on here that
Excuse
I
me.
don't mention.
The other creator, he's just enjoying himself. He's enjoying the community and fellowship. Your Vincent Arrea here, he's enjoying the validation, the community fellowship. But Conscious TV too. Larry is a professional at finding your void and helping you fulfill it.
Hmm.
And
Mm.
you'll always be your slave. Whew.
Go to bed.
You know what? Y'all, it is 3:18 in the morning.
Go to
But
bed.
I would say this and I'm a hush. I do not think it's a coincidence that for the second night in a row, I've been in this conversation.
Mm.
Because this is literally mimicking the conversation I had in the private community. I think something is stirring. We're in that season of Larry getting his ass dragged. So there's that.
Well, my thing is my only concern, and I know we have our issues with Lester, but I'm feeling something really weird about that.
I don't think Lester is well. I think it gives that Lester suffered some kind of abuse and hurt and harm before Larry, and
Hmm.
Larry's just another add to it. It and that I think that Lester is sincerely crazy. Like that's why I say I would help him if he acts, because there's something about this Lester thing that got me feeling like grace. Not
Hmm.
sure what it is, but I
Hmm.
think he's also not well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
think I'm kind of the same way with you. Just by it's kind of like he's spiraling, really putting a lot of things out there, but really believing that his time in Atlanta pretty much
Well,
finished destroying his
can
life.
can I add an aspect to this? Like I told my community, yeah, I know people don't like to think that Lester was a big deal where he came from, but Lester was a big
He
deal.
was,
and
yeah.
and so what people need to understand in his culture, having this come out about him and having these things said about him in the public sphere, this has been spread all over the island. So he is dealing with the backlash of that. And if I'm going to give anybody who might be suffering from some level of trauma, it might be Lester, because Lester's never had to deal with the stuff like on this scale of things. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
on some level, he may have a lot of trauma as it relates to that. So I'm going to give Lester grace for that. But like I said before, no one asked him to come out here and tell all them stories on Larry, then recant, and now he coming back again. The truth of the matter is, and nobody's asking him to go on these people's platforms. From what I heard, he's been on several people's platforms in the last couple of days, and that's the danger of it, because when you're going out here, you're speaking to these on these platforms. A lot of these vloggers could give two shits whether they put you in a trick bag or make you say something that you shouldn't be saying, and then get yourself caught up in some foolishness. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's also the dangerous part of this when it comes to him. If he's spiraling, Vincent, and if he's emotionally, dealing with some stuff, I think he should just not be coming up on these people's platforms, because it most certainly is not going to work in his favor.
Now, as Ray said, he's a big deal. They were dragging him hard, passing his sex tape around. He was on their actual news in
Mm-hmm.
Trinidad, not social media, YouTube news. He was on their actual
Oh, I
news.
know.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's
What
why I'm
sex
saying
tape?
that's, huh?
What sex tape?
There was a sex tape that was going around. I don't know who was it of, because I remember they talked about it.
Don't tell Vincent, because he'll have everybody going and look it up and
No,
finding it.
they were passing that around. I remember that. But that's my only thing here. And seriously, it's like now at this point, this man doesn't have anything to lose but try to go this route of suing.
Well, but he would be justified. I'm not saying he doesn't have a case. I most certainly
Yeah.
think he does. That's just my opinion, but.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that and it's something else too. What it might be is that something else that what it might.
Or
I
you
know
read,
you're lying.
get out the chat. Get out the chat.
What's he reading? What's he reading?
Oh,
Mhm.
I know you lying. Hold on, I just Googled it.
Oh, you just Googled. Okay, you found it. Okay.
Is it gay sex?
I think so. Yes. Yes. That's why
That's
they were. Yeah.
I'm over here clutching my pearls.
Yeah.
And well, let me hush my.
But see, I think that's another reason where this is why I'm hard on people when it comes to exposure, because he also positioned himself as someone who was like gay for pay, but not really like it like that. But you ain't
Well,
gay
like I
for
said,
pay,
didn't he go after Larry?
according to Larry. Well, even in that, in my opinion, he sculptured it like he saw an opportunity,
Right.
not like. So I don't know. I don't. Lester got to figure his life out.
Yeah. Well, you got to keep in mind with the. Well, I ain't gonna talk. I'll talk about that later. We ain't gonna discuss that right now.
Is that really him, Benson?
And then I don't know. And who is
As he
doing the
as
bidding?
he tips his head to the left and the
What?
right.
Because I don't see no face,
Right. So now what I'm gonna have to do, because I know how to
but I
cut
This
see
is
myself.
all
tattoos.
Ray's.
So
This is Ray's fault.
maybe people like see the tattoos on it. Thank you so much, Penny Ford, for putting the color in it on it. Whatever country that money coming from.
So
They took it for you, Matt Churchity, but it goes on my account. But go
Yes,
ahead.
I know. That's all right. You enjoy, sir. I love and appreciate Penny Ford.
so my question is, who is doing the bending? Because all these guys look the same.
Right, right. So I don't know who this is.
That's
Ray, this is
definitely.
all
Oh,
your fault.
I got it. Somebody January 24th, 21st. That's Def his hand tat. That means that Lester's the bottom in this.
You know, Lester is the bottom. Definitely. He's the bottom.
But he said he ain't gay.
Well, he said he was the bottom for Larry, too.
But he said he wasn't gay.
Well, I mean, come on, you know.
But what does that mean?
He just wanted money. And I think a lot of these guys they start off with the money thing, but then the sex thing starts to interest them,
Mm.
so they go along with it. Yeah, yeah.
I'm over here flabbergasted. Like,
Listen, I was like,
That's
okay.
Ray's fault. It's all Ray. I'm blaming Ray.
Now
so
I want y'all to know I was sent a couple of videos of this one preacher that denounced us and preaches in our black churches, and they have sent me all the information on him. I was wondering why he was calling everybody gay and f words and all that.
Okay, enough said. Enough said. I'm reading what Ray said. Ray said he explained this event. I'm moving on. I believe he said
He
he
said
was.
he was intoxicated and tricking. Okay,
Mm,
that I
it
mean,
ain't tricking if you got it, huh? No.
but the thing is, intoxicated and tricking.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I'm trying to understand this. Why are you always tricking the men?
I know. I know.
oh
There's no
Lord.
women you can trick. They're out there
Oh,
too.
oh Lord.
They're
Because
out there too.
when it comes to women, he had these long term relationship, but when it comes to men, he tricking. Like, what is
Yeah.
it?
Right. Right. Right.
I bet you got a chick on the side, a chick on the side, a
Now,
chick on the
now,
side. I
The
bet you
thing
got a
about it,
chick
and
on
he
the
does.
side.
I don't think he has anything to lose at this point. So he's gonna. I think he's gonna push this thing until it grows something. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't even. I don't know. But
well, one thing that we could consider as well is maybe it's the marriage with when he divorced Latrice. Maybe him marrying this girl and the silence he's been going through is securing his citizenship because
right.
if even though Larry c- created it all, Lester would have been the one hurt the most because he would have got kicked back.
Right.
So,
Right. Right. Right.
so
Right.
Lester, the only reason why Lester was still in the States because he had that marriage with Latrice. So maybe he could go dark, wait 6 something months, wait
Mm-hmm.
for things to settle with that. Now he can come back.
Right.
Because think about it. Going after Larry would be cutting his nose to spite his face because the citizenship was based out of Larry's camp. So he could have not gotten paid off. It could have just been smart. I got to back away from this until I can secure my citizenship.
Hmm.
So that could be a thing.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, all I got to say is
SP.
that marriage was real.
Absolutely, it
I
was.
mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was real love, but it was. It happened
It was legal. Hmm.
illegally. Legally happened.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know.
Uh, who is
Mm.
SP? Now, y'all doing y'all be rebuked. Be rebuked because
Hold on. I'm there. I just ain't going. You know. Mhm. Oh, I got your number, Vincent.
let me go ahead and grab my phone in advance. Hold on. Where is my phone at?
Oh my God. Yeah. So Ice is gonna tap on Lester's door. He better run. Turn
Well,
off the lights. Close the doors. Don't
I want.
answer the door.
Let me just send a shout out to all the moderators, members, and folks in the chat. Thank y'all for staying up this late because I know on the East Coast it's really late for all of y'all. So,
Okay.
so shout out to all the members and all the folks in the chat. Shout out y'all.
Yes. Thank you
Huh?
so much for hanging out with us tonight. Oh Lord, it's been an evening.
Yes, it has.
It has.
Vincent has spilt his guts. Go ahead,
Oh,
Vincent.
But you know what? I don't know and I say this. I don't know what's going on, and I'm yielded to it. Um, because I can't. First of all, I ain't come up here to click no link. I came up here to say what y'all doing up and go to bed. Duh. And then when I clicked the link, I came up here to be nosy about Jake's thing because I ain't read that
Mhm.
coupon clipped
Lord.
journal that
Ugh.
was submitted.
Craziness.
That's all right. Your ass will be handed to you in not too many hours from here.
Too
So
many
you
hours in.
You know what? As long as he like massage it a little bit while he got it before you hand it to him,
Oh, Jesus.
then we're good to go. Rub it up, lick it down, then give it back. Just not brown. Praise the Lord.
Oh my God. Well, we heard. No, never mind.
Oh, go ahead, St. James, because I got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for you. Go on
I
ahead.
ain't even messing with you tonight.
I'm sitting here sat up too with this laptop.
Oh
open.
Lord, have mercy. Well, guys, I thank y'all for coming out and hanging out with me.
I tell you what, God bless. I appreciate this. I might still reach out to one or both of y'all because again, I don't want to read this Jake's thing, but I would like to cover it officially.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, honestly, you can go back to the first set of paperwork that Youngblood filed because it's the same story.
It's the same stuff
It's
with
the
some
same
added
story.
scriptures.
Yeah, that's it. It's the same stuff.
Thank you, Penny, from Germany. Yeah, with some added scriptures. Yeah.
What? Okay,
I mean,
I'm not about to open the can of worms again.
Wait a minute. Yes, Penny, you got my you probably can't see my Cash App. It's under my name, but I didn't want to put my Cash App in.
No, she can't do Cash App. She said, "Do you have Zelle?"
Yeah, I got Zelle. Penny,
tell her your Zelle.
Oh no, because I'd have to get these people my phone number.
Oh, okay.
You gotta hook that up to your email so you can get that money.
Yeah, why don't you hook it to your email?
I think it is hooked to my email, but I'm afraid to put my email. These people are trifling.
That's why you have to get Mad Church Disease at something.com or something.
Oh, okay. Penny, I do. Penny, just send me a quick. You send me a text on Instagram, Facebook, whatever. I'm Mad Church Disease everywhere, and I'll send you the information. I'll send it to you, Penny. Y'all, you do know who that is, right? Y'all know who Penny Ford is? Oh my God. Okay, never mind.
And familiar, though.
And I'm not even gonna tell you either. Moving right along.
Just like I found that porno, let me Google and find who Penny is.
Tell me who you are.
Listen, because Penny, I don't know nobody, Penny. Everybody, I don't know nobody. I'm just, little old Mad Church Disease over here.
She probably thinks she on your channel. She don't know your mind.
Okay, well, that's all right. You did. That's okay. Hey, share the love, Penny.
Oh, Penny got a little bio. Hey, Penny.
Yeah, Penny
is
a singer. Penny is the business. She is not just a singer. She is one of the singers. I'm just saying. Y'all done heard Penny and don't even know who Penny is. That's a doggone shame. Shameful.
Let me see.
Well, fellas, I gotta wake up tomorrow morning with new grace and mercy and lead prayer in my private community. So I know that's something y'all know nothing about, but we people pray.
Penny sings with Snap.
Snap, what? That's the name of the song?
That's the name of the group.
Oh, okay, Penny.
Penny is the business. Now, we know about prayer because we done had to pray ourselves through a whole lot of stuff dealing with all of these other folks, Vincent. So trust me. And I'm praying for some folks that's still yet dealing with some stuff over there. So I'm still praying. I know that's a shock for people, but I'm still praying. Because I just hate everybody.
St. James, you got the Holy Ghost?
I got the Holy Ghost, and that with a mighty burning fire.
So no, all right, good. All right, so lies. hey, you said that the devil said bullshit.
Well, tell the devil.
This one, whatever it is. I enjoyed this so much. I appreciate you guys, and I will chat with y'all later. I need to go rest my mind.
All right.
I'll chat with y'all later. Y'all be well now.
All right.
All right.
Later, man.
You done said enough anyway. Bye.
Right. Yeah, right. I've said enough. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Vincent. Thanks, Marcellus. I appreciate y'all.
You're welcome. I know you're sleepy. I know, but
I got to get up and get on this plane in the morning.
Well, God bless you, Penny. Thank you so much for your love and support. I appreciate all the love and support that you give all of us. So thank you, and shout out to the chat again. I just want to thank you to all of those of you who support the YouTubers, support our channels.
And make sure Marcellus's Cash App is down. Are you guys Marcellus McMillan?
Oh yeah, that's right. But let me just tell y'all, the Lord is good, and I'm grateful for all the support that everybody gives my channel. I'm thankful for St. James let me come up and chit chat, and I'm thankful for all of y'all that even throw the shade to me in the comments. I love y'all too.
See, there's a way to deal with that. You don't have to be ugly. You don't have to be. It is what it is. People ain't gonna always be nice.
Yeah, well, if you catch me on the wrong night, you get
Well,
your
yeah,
ass handed to you.
You've been sucking on that yak.
Good night, everybody. I love and appreciate all of y'all. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night.
All right, man. Good night. All right, thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you, traveling. I have to pack up these clothes and this, and get ready. Just have everything ready in the morning so I can hit it to this airport in the morning. Oh, I think I gotta. Oh yeah, I do gotta get it. Okay, so I appreciate y'all. If you would like to support the channel, please make sure that you utilize one of our ways to support $ the St. James Show or $ St. James Show. And there is our Zelle right there. If you like to do Zelle or PayPal, the Zelle is, and PayPal, you can be reached at the St. James Show at att.net. And there's the Venmo, the St. James Show. So I appreciate those who gave tonight through Super Chat. And also for joining our membership. I appreciate you as well. I am getting out of this St. Louis in the morning, headed back to California. Oh, it is too cold here, okay? It is really cold. It's not as cold as last night. It's 27 degrees. So that's not as bad as last night. Last night, I think it got down to 10. So we're good tonight. Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you, Irene and Abba Love. Appreciate you, everyone, for coming through. Our beautiful mods. Thank you, Inspire, Troublemaking Ray, and all of the rest of you. You've been so kind on tonight, Mari. We'll get you up here. Wanted to talk to the guys tonight. I was going to bring you on, but we never have really a cut time over there. But we will. Thank you for your input as well. All right. Y'all get some sleep. Yeah, it's 2:37 here. It's 3:37 on the East Coast. So y'all get some sleep. All right. All right. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's see here. What can we rest on tonight? I know.
Don't pass any one of us by, Lord.